Hello everyone, I am the Macabre. I am here to help you today. I know you use this video to fall asleep, so before that, please like the video and subscribe to the channel. Where are you from and what time are you watching now? Sit back and relax. The Storm Creature. Chapter 1. The storm begins. The sky over San Jacinto was once a tranquil expanse of blue, a familiar sight for the coastal villagers. But as the sun dipped below the horizon, a strange darkness began to creep in from the east. The first hint of something wrong came in the form of a stillness, an unsettling silence that spread through the air like an omen. The wind had ceased altogether, leaving only the distant, rhythmic crash of the waves against the shore. Fishermen began to haul in their boats, casting wary glances at the horizon. The sky, once clear, was now a thick, swirling mass of gray clouds, rolling in from the sea like a great, encroaching wave. Old Hector, the village's eldest fisherman, was the first to speak. "It's coming," he muttered under his breath, though no one was close enough to hear him. His hands shook as he tied his boat to the dock, his eyes never leaving the swelling clouds. He had seen storms before, but never one like this. This wasn't natural. The other fishermen, hearing his words, exchanged nervous glances. But they said nothing, as if by ignoring the inevitable, they could somehow prevent it. Then, the wind returned at first, a soft breeze that whispered against the skin. But within moments, it grew into a violent howl, throwing sand into the air and ripping the leaves from the trees. The sky darkened further, turning a sickly greenish hue, and the temperature dropped so sharply that breath turned to mist. It was as if the storm had been waiting, lurking in the distance, until it found the perfect moment to strike. From the beach, the first flashes of lightning appeared, jagged and unnatural, like the crack of a whip across the heavens. The thunder that followed was deafening, shaking the ground beneath their feet. A tremor ran through the village, and the first cries of panic rang out. Children were pulled inside, doors slammed shut, and windows bolted. But it was already too late. The storm was upon them. In the harbor, the sea became a roiling mass of black waves, churning violently, as if something beneath the surface had stirred. Boats that had once been safely tethered to docks were tossed around like toys in a child's playroom. Some broke free, crashing into each other, splintering on the rocks. The few remaining fishermen, frantic and helpless, watched as their livelihoods disappeared into the maelstrom. Their cries were drowned by the wind, the waves, and the unearthly sound that rose from the depths of the ocean. A scream pierced the air, sharp, guttural, and full of terror. It wasn't human. It was a low, guttural roar that seemed to vibrate through the very bones of the earth. The villagers froze, eyes wide in horror, as they tried to locate the source of the sound. It was impossible to tell where it came from. The wind was too strong, the waves too loud. But the scream was undeniable. It was a call from the sea. As the storm raged on, something darker began to unfold. The winds, now like a living entity, howled with an eerie, almost intelligent rhythm. It wasn't just a storm anymore. It was a presence, something ancient, something that knew this land and had come to claim it once more. The villagers huddled together in their homes, but their minds were not at ease. It was not just the storm they feared. It was what had awakened beneath it. Old Hector stood alone on the docks, staring at the horizon, his gnarled hands gripping the wood, as if he were holding on to something much more fragile than the boat. He could feel it now, the weight of the deep, pulling at him. He had heard the legends all his life, whispered by his father, his grandfather, and their fathers before them, but he had never believed it. Not truly, not until now. The sea, the storm, the creature, it was all real. The Leviathan was waking, and then, as if answering his thoughts, the sky split open. A massive bolt of lightning, brighter than anything Hector had ever seen, struck the water just offshore, sending a shockwave that knocked him off his feet. For a brief, terrifying moment, the entire ocean seemed to boil. The waves twisted and writhed, rising higher than any man had ever seen. And in the heart of that chaos, something enormous stirred beneath the surface. The storm intensified. The winds howled louder, as though the very fabric of the world was unraveling. And above the tumult, there was a growing sense of dread. Something was coming. Chapter 2. Mysterious disappearances. The storm had raged for days. Each morning, the villagers woke to find their world a little smaller boats gone, animals lost, and crops destroyed. By the third day, the sea had retreated, leaving behind a strange, unnatural calm. The air hung thick with salt and decay, and the once bustling streets of San Jacinto felt like a ghost town. Whispers filled the spaces between the scattered few who ventured out, but none dared speak the words that had begun to haunt their dreams. Something is taking them. At first, it was the fishermen. One by one, they disappeared without a trace. Hector, who had lived on the island all his life, had been the first to go. His boat, still tied to the dock, was found a mile offshore, abandoned and half-sunken. There were no signs of a struggle, no blood, no footprints. Just the boat, rocking gently in the still water, a hollow echo of a life once lived. Then came others. Young Raphael, who had set out alone to check his traps, was never seen again. His wife, Elena, swore she heard his voice calling from the waves, but when she ran to the shore, there was only the wind. The panic was slow at first, a creeping sensation that made the villagers uneasy, but it soon spread like wildfire. No one could explain it. No one dared try. The disappearances were random, no pattern, no rhyme. One night, Manuel, the butcher, was found gone without a trace, leaving his cleaver still lodged in the carcass of a goat. His apron hung loosely from a hook, stained with the same blood he had worked with for years. His family had no answers, and the authorities could offer nothing but grim silence. As the days turned into weeks, the town began to fray at the edges. People stayed indoors, barricading themselves behind thick wooden doors. Those who still ventured outside looked over their shoulders, their gazes darting nervously to the horizon, half expecting to see a shadow rising from the waves. Even the dogs, once loud and protective, had gone quiet, vanishing with no explanation. There were no tracks, no signs of struggle, only empty homes and quiet streets. In the tavern, the air was thick with fear. Everyone knew that something wasn't right, but no one dared say it out loud. That was until old Joaquin spoke up. His voice, cracked with age and smoke, cut through the murmurs of the room. "The sea calls them," he said, his eyes glazed with a deep, ancient knowledge. "It always does when the storm comes. It is not the wind. It is the Leviathan." For a moment, the room fell silent, as if the storm outside had reached into their hearts and twisted them with dread. But then, as quickly as it came, the silence was broken by nervous laughter. "That's just an old legend, Joaquin," one of the younger men scoffed. "A bedtime story for children. There's no such thing." But Joaquin didn't flinch. He leaned in closer, his breath hot and sour. "You think it's just the storm, do you?" His voice was low, almost a whisper. "I've seen its eyes, the sea's eyes. And when it looks at you, there's no escaping it." His words hung heavy in the room, suffocating the air with their weight. No one spoke after that, but their glances, sharp and fearful, said everything. The disappearances continued, each one more inexplicable than the last. Sometimes it was entire families. Young children, still in their beds, vanished without a trace, their blankets untouched. Their parents found nothing, no signs of struggle, no remains. Just the empty houses, the cold, silent rooms. The few who had dared to search the beaches reported strange things. Half-eaten fish, twisted and malformed, scattered along the shore. There were symbols drawn in the sand patterns, too perfect to be natural, too alien to be explained. They resembled ancient runes, but no one could remember what they meant. Desperation began to take hold. A group of villagers, young, strong, and determined, set out one morning to search the caves along the cliffs. These caves had long been considered sacred, a place where the tides whispered secrets of old. The villagers, armed with torches and knives, entered the darkness, but they never returned. When their families came searching, they found the caves abandoned, the torches still burning, but no trace of the search party. Not even a footprint in the sand. That night, the air seemed to crackle with an unseen force. The wind began to pick up again, but this time it wasn't natural. It was heavier, as though it carried the weight of something far older and more dangerous than anything the villagers had ever known. The moon, full and bloated, rose over the horizon, casting a pale light on the empty town. And in the distance, they thought they heard it, the sound of waves crashing, the deep, resonant roar that had filled their dreams. Only this time, it was louder. It was closer. By the end of the week, the village was no longer just empty, it was abandoned. The remaining villagers, terrified and exhausted, packed what little they could carry and fled inland, leaving behind their homes, their lives, and the promise of whatever awaited them out at sea. No one spoke of what they had seen or heard. Some said it was the storm, others the Leviathan. But no matter what they believed, they all knew one thing: the ocean had taken them, and it would take more, until the world finally swallowed the last of them whole. Chapter 3. The Legend of the Leviathan. The wind had not stopped howling since the day the last villager fled, and in the eerie silence that followed their departure, a single figure stood at the edge of the cliffs overlooking the sea. It was young Anna, a local schoolteacher who had stayed behind, unwilling to abandon the town or her family's history. She had heard the stories all her life, tales whispered by the elderly, recounted by the superstitious, but now, as she gazed into the dark waters, she felt the weight of those stories pressing in on her. She had thought them nothing more than myths, the fabrications of frightened minds. But the storm, the disappearances, and the strange things that had been happening made her wonder if there was truth in them after all. Her grandfather had been the one to tell her the first story of the Leviathan, though it had been when she was just a child, too young to fully understand the terror behind the words. He'd spoken of a creature so ancient, so vast, that it was older than the seas themselves. The Leviathan was said to dwell deep beneath the waves, its immense form hidden in the blackest parts of the ocean, where light never reached. It was said to be a force of nature itself, a being born of the earth's darkest nightmares. Some believed it was a god, others a curse. But all agreed on one thing: when it rose, it brought death with it. As Anna traced the jagged rocks along the shoreline, she remembered the old stories of the first settlers of San Jacinto. The villagers had arrived long before the modern age, seeking refuge from the storms of the open sea. They built their homes near the cliffs, believing the land to be untouched by the great horrors of the deep. But the ocean had other plans. The settlers quickly learned that the sea was not a calm provider of fish and trade. It was a living thing, and it hungered. The storms came first, violent and unpredictable, sweeping away the first of the settlers. Then came the creature. It rose from the depths, demanding a sacrifice. According to the elders, the Leviathan's rise wasn't random. Every few decades it would awaken from its deep slumber, drawn by the scent of blood and fear. The people of San Jacinto, desperate to appease the beast, had learned over the years that it demanded a tribute, a life, always a life. And so each year, on the night when the storm winds howled the loudest, the villagers would choose one person to be given to the sea. This ritual was said to calm the Leviathan's fury, but it never stopped the storms completely. The creature always returned, and more lives were lost. Anna's fingers brushed against a weathered stone as she walked through the old burial ground by the cliffs. Her heart raced. This was the place where the village's ancestors had buried their dead, but it had long been abandoned. The headstones, worn by time and wind, were covered in moss and sea salt. Yet, as her eyes scanned the graves, one symbol caught her attention, an intricate pattern carved into the stone of a long-forgotten crypt. It was a series of interlocking spirals, similar to the symbols she had seen near the beach in recent days, drawn in the sand by some unknown hand. She knelt down to examine the carving more closely. The spirals were not just random, there was a purpose behind them, a design that seemed to pulse with an ancient energy. Anna's mind raced as she recalled what she had learned as a child. These symbols were not only part of the Leviathan's myth, but they were believed to be a key to controlling the creature, to binding it, or perhaps to understanding its cycle. The symbols represented the ocean's endless depths, the rise and fall of the tides, and the creature's insatiable hunger for sacrifice. But what if the people of San Jacinto had misunderstood it all along? What if the ritual wasn't about appeasing the creature, but about keeping it asleep? What if they had been feeding it all these years, allowing it to rise again and again? A chill ran down Anna's spine. If the storm was not just a natural disaster, if it was the Leviathan waking from its slumber, Then the village had no hope. The sea would take what was left, and there would be no one to stop it. Her thoughts were interrupted by a voice from behind her. She spun around to find her father, Marcos, standing at the edge of the cliff, his face pale. "Anna, you shouldn't be out here alone," he said, his voice low and trembling. Anna stood up, brushing the dirt from her knees, but she did not speak. Her mind was too full of the pieces she was starting to put together. "It's not safe," Marcos continued, his gaze drifting toward the churning ocean. "The storm, the disappearances, they're all connected." "I know," she whispered, her voice distant. "It's the Leviathan, isn't it?" Marcos didn't answer. Instead, he took a step toward her, his eyes dark with a sorrow she couldn't place. "Your grandfather, he believed in it," he said slowly, as if he were still grappling with the words himself. "But we thought it was just a story, a myth to explain the things we couldn't understand. Now I'm not so sure." Anna felt the weight of his words. The fear in his eyes mirrored her own, a fear that had no name but seemed to grow with each passing day. The storm raged again in the distance, and the sound of the waves crashing against the rocks seemed louder, more ominous. Anna turned to face the ocean once more, her heart sinking. The legend, the sacrifices, the disappearances, all of it was real. And now, it seemed that the Leviathan was waking again, hungry for more. Chapter 4. The connection to the sea. The beach had never felt so hostile. Even as the sun dipped below the horizon, casting the sea in shades of purple and black, Anna couldn't shake the feeling that the very ground beneath her feet was watching her. It had been days since she and a small group of friends, David, Lucia, and her younger brother Tomas, had set out to investigate the strange symbols they had found on the cliffs. Each night, they returned to the same stretch of beach, searching for answers, but each day, they uncovered more questions. Something was pulling them toward the water, something they couldn't explain. The symbols on the beach were unlike anything they had seen before, geometric shapes that seemed to pulse and shift in the moonlight. Some were carved into rocks, others scrawled in the sand, but all of them bore the same spiral pattern that Anna had found in the cemetery. There was something deeply unsettling about them, as though they were alive, as though they had been drawn by hands that weren't human. "It's like they were left for us," Tomas whispered one evening, his voice strained as he knelt down to study one of the markings. "But why? And who would do this?" Anna crouched beside him, her fingers brushing against the sand. There was a heat radiating from the symbols, almost imperceptible but undeniable. As her hand made contact, the sand shifted beneath her, a strange ripple that seemed to spread outward from the center of the spiral. She jerked her hand back as if burned, but there was no pain, only an overwhelming sense of unease. "I don't think it's just the sea," she muttered, standing up. "The earth, it's all connected somehow. The sea is part of it. The symbols, they're like a map." David, who had been standing further down the beach, turned to face her. "A map to what?" His voice was tight, and his eyes darted nervously toward the horizon, where the water churned dark and ominous. "This is insane, Anna. People are disappearing. Hector's dead, and we still don't know what's happening." Anna didn't answer at first. She couldn't. She had already begun to feel it, the weight of something terrible pressing in from all sides. It was as though the sea had its eyes on them, and each step they took brought them closer to whatever lay beneath. The storm was building again, the winds picking up, the sky darkening even though it had been clear just hours before. She felt a strange pull to the water, as if the ocean itself were calling her, or perhaps warning her. "Look," Lucia called out from the edge of the beach, her voice shaking with fear. "There's more." The others hurried over to where she stood, pointing toward a series of jagged rocks jutting out from the water, their surfaces slick with seaweed. There, etched into the stone, was another spiral, larger than any they had found before. It was almost as though the rock had been shaped by something enormous, something powerful. The very earth itself seemed to bend beneath the weight of the creature's presence. "I don't like this," Tomas said, his voice low and tremulous. It feels like the sea is trying to tell us something." He stepped back, his face pale in the growing darkness. "We shouldn't be here. We should go back." But Anna wasn't listening. The strange markings, the way the sand seemed to move beneath her touch, the feeling of being watched, it was all too much to ignore. She stepped closer to the rock, her heart pounding in her chest. As her fingers traced the outline of the spiral, the air around her seemed to crackle with static. A low, guttural hum filled her ears, like the deep growl of something immense and hungry, coming from the very depths of the ocean. Suddenly, a sharp cry cut through the air. Lucia had stumbled backward, her hand flying to her mouth as her eyes locked onto the waves. The others turned, following her gaze. The water, once calm, had become a writhing mass of black, undulating waves, as though something was moving beneath the surface. The sea had risen higher, encroaching upon the shore, but it wasn't the tide. The ocean was alive and it was reaching for them. "It's here," Anna whispered, her voice tight with fear. She could feel it now, more than just a sensation. The sea had stirred, the ancient Leviathan had awoken, and it was closer than ever. The wind howled in response, sending a spray of salt water across their faces as the waves crashed against the rocks with a deafening roar. They ran. Panic set in as the ground beneath them seemed to tremble. The vibrations carried from the depths of the ocean itself. The sand beneath their feet seemed to shift, and as they turned to look back, they saw the first sign of the creature, an enormous, dark shape just beneath the surface, gliding through the water with an eerie, unnatural grace. The storm was nothing compared to what they were about to face, but they couldn't outrun it. The wind had picked up, the sand stinging their skin, and the cries of the waves grew louder, more desperate. They made their way toward the village, but the path felt endless, as though they were being dragged back toward the water. And then, just as they thought they had made it, the ground beneath them cracked open. The sea had found them. Chapter 5. The Sacrifices of the Past. The village archive was no longer the dusty, forgotten room Anna remembered from her childhood. Now it felt more like a crypt, cold and oppressive, its shelves lined with brittle old tomes and yellowed papers. The walls seemed to press inward, as though the very structure of the building was shrinking in fear of the truth that was about to be uncovered. Anna, Tomas, and Lucia had returned to the village in a desperate attempt to find answers, but what they had discovered in the wreckage of the old church was more than they had ever imagined. The archives had been hidden from the public for generations. Only a select few of the village elders had ever known about the true purpose of the collection. It held the records of the village's most ancient and dangerous rituals. Anna had heard rumors of the ceremonies, whispered tales from the elders that were never spoken in public. But until now, she had dismissed them as superstition. Now, as she sifted through the brittle pages, she realized they were far more than that. The first record she found was dated centuries ago, from the earliest days of the settlement. It detailed the first great storm that struck the village, an unnatural, catastrophic event that wiped out half the population in a single night. The villagers had no explanation for it. There were no storms like it, no weather patterns to predict its arrival. The survivors, desperate and afraid, turned to the sea for answers. The document described a strange figure that had appeared on the beach that night, a shadowed figure that the villagers took to be some kind of god or spirit. The figure was said to have come from the depths of the ocean, its form massive and dark, obscured by the churning waters. It was the Leviathan, Tomas said, his voice breaking through the silence as he read over Anna's shoulder. "It came for them, it's always been here." Anna nodded, her throat dry. The villagers had believed the creature to be a god, an ancient being whose anger could only be appeased by sacrifice. The first settlers, having no better understanding of the creature, had done the unthinkable. In the earliest years of the village, they had chosen one of their own to be given to the ocean, a sacrifice to keep the storms at bay. The document revealed that the creature would only take what was offered willingly, and so they gave it a life each year, ensuring the safety of the others. But the storms didn't stop. They merely grew worse. The next pages were more troubling. They detailed the rituals, how the villagers would prepare for the storm season, gathering food, prayers, and offerings, all while selecting the person who would be sacrificed to the sea. It was always someone special, an outsider, a traveler, or even a family member chosen for their purity. The sacrifices had become a twisted part of their culture, an integral but horrific tradition passed down through the generations. And, despite the deaths, the storms never truly stopped. The pattern became clear. Every time a sacrifice was made, the storms would subside for a while, only to return with greater fury, demanding more. "But it's never enough," Lucia whispered, her face pale as she read the next entry. It was a letter, written by a priest who had served the village nearly 100 years ago. The letter spoke of an ancient curse tied to the creature, a curse that could never truly be lifted. The more sacrifices made, the more powerful the Leviathan became. It fed on fear, on loss, and with each offering, it grew hungrier. And yet the villagers believed that they had no choice but to continue the cycle. Anna felt a cold sweat run down her spine. It's all connected. The storm, the disappearances. The Leviathan is waking again because there's no one left to feed it. David, who had been silent up until this point, turned sharply to Anna. What do you mean? You think the sacrifices stopped? If people haven't been offering up their lives, it's worse than that. Anna cut him off, her voice shaking with urgency. The storms never stopped, but the sacrifices did. At some point, the villagers began to forget the ritual. They thought that if they stopped offering lives to the sea, the Leviathan would just leave them alone. But it only grew angrier, more vengeful. The sacrifices didn't end the storm, they just made it worse. Tomas stared at the pages, his fingers trembling as he turned them. So all those people, the ones who disappeared, they're just the beginning, aren't they? The creature has been waiting for something or someone. The group fell into a heavy silence, the weight of their discovery pressing down on them. The sun had long since set, and the only light in the room came from the flickering candle at their side, casting long shadows across the cracked walls. Outside, the wind had begun to pick up again, a warning of what was to come. Anna's mind raced. The realization hit her hard. If the storm was still raging, it meant one thing. The Leviathan was not just a monster of the sea, but a force of nature itself, bound by ancient rules and hunger. The only way to stop it now, to end the cycle of destruction, was to break the curse. But how? The ritual had been forgotten. No one alive truly knew how to appease it. And now the beast was awake, growing more powerful by the day. The village was nothing but a shadow, waiting to be consumed. Lucia suddenly stood up, her face a mask of grim determination. Then we have to stop it. We have to do whatever it takes to put an end to this madness. Anna looked at her, fear and resolve battling in her chest. But how? What can we do against something that ancient, something that's been feeding on us for centuries? David clenched his fists. We fight. We don't give it another life. We take it down, whatever it takes. The group stood there for a moment, the weight of their discovery pressing down on them. They knew they had no time left. The storm was growing stronger, and they had to act before the Leviathan claimed more lives. They had no choice but to face it, even if it meant sacrificing everything they knew. Chapter 6. The creature awakens. The winds howled with a fury unmatched by anything Aina had ever experienced. The air was thick with the smell of salt and ozone, a biting chill that seemed to seep into the bones. The village, which had been eerily quiet for days, now felt like a fragile shell, poised on the edge of a great abyss. Anna, Tomas, Lucia, and David had gathered near the cliffs once again, unable to shake the feeling that the storm was no longer a natural disaster. It had become something far worse, something far more deliberate. It felt as if the very ocean was alive, calling to them as though it were waiting for them to make a move. Aina gripped the old journal she had found in the archives, the pages trembling beneath her fingertips. The entries they had read had revealed something even darker than they had imagined. The Leviathan was not just a beast. It was the embodiment of nature's rage, a force that would never truly die as long as it could feed on fear and death. The old rituals, the sacrifices, had only kept it at bay for a time. And now, it was waking. As the sky darkened and the first crack of thunder tore through the air, Tomas looked over at Anna with wide, fearful eyes. "It's coming, isn't it?" he asked. His voice was hoarse, barely above a whisper. "We're too late, aren't we?" Anna didn't answer at first. She could feel it too. The ground beneath her feet seemed to hum with an unnatural energy, and the ocean was restless, its waves now crashing against the rocks in an angry rhythm. The air felt thick, charged with static. The sea was beginning to surge higher than it should, rising as though drawn by an invisible hand. She could almost hear it, that deep, guttural growl that reverberated through the air, as if the Leviathan was already making its way to the shore. Then it came. The first sign was a massive wave, taller than any they had ever seen, curling toward the cliffs. The sound of it, like 100 freight trains colliding, shook the earth beneath them. Anna's heart pounded as she turned to look at the others. "Get back!" she screamed. But it was too late. The wave crashed against the rocks with a deafening roar, sending a wall of water surging over the cliffside. The force of the impact knocked them off their feet, and for a moment, the world was nothing but water and chaos. Anna gasped for air as she struggled to rise, her vision blurred by the spray. When the water receded, she saw it something dark and massive, shifting just beneath the surface of the ocean. The shape was too large, too vast, to be anything human. It moved with a terrifying fluidity, and Anna's breath caught in her throat as she realized it was emerging. The Leviathan was no myth. The creature's body broke through the surface like a great mountain rising from the depths, its scales glistening black in the dying light of the day. It was enormous, far larger than any of the old stories had described. The sheer size of it defied all reason. Its shape was monstrous, with a serpent-like body that seemed to stretch endlessly, coiling and twisting as it rose higher, breaking the surface in violent, rippling waves. The water churned violently around it, as if the very ocean was recoiling from the creature's awakening. Tomas, his face pale and his eyes wide with terror, stumbled back. "We have to get out of here," he shouted, but his voice was drowned out by the roar of the waves. The creature's head emerged next, rising like a colossal shadow from the water. Its eyes were glowing faintly, a sickly, milky white that seemed to pierce through the darkness. They locked onto the group, unblinking, as if it saw straight through them into their very souls. Anna felt a cold shiver run down her spine. The creature was not just a beast of the sea. It was something older, something darker, something that had been watching them for far longer than they could comprehend. The storm had not been a mere coincidence. It was a warning, a herald of the creature's return. The Leviathan had been summoned by their fear, their neglect of the ancient rituals. David, his face drawn tight with fear, grabbed Anna's arm, pulling her away from the edge of the cliff. "We can't stop it," he said, his voice breaking. "It's too powerful. It's not just a creature. It's a force of nature." The Leviathan let out a deafening roar, a sound that shook the very air around them. The waves crashed higher, swallowing everything in their path. The ground trembled, and the storm above them intensified, swirling into a vortex of black clouds. Lightning arced across the sky, illuminating the creature's massive form in fleeting flashes of blinding light. For a brief moment, Anna caught sight of the Leviathan's monstrous maw, rows of teeth sharp and jagged, gleaming with hunger. And then, the creature began to move. It surged toward the shore with terrifying speed, its massive tail thrashing against the water. The earth shook with each movement, and the sea began to rise, as though the creature's very presence was pulling the ocean toward it. The storm was no longer a distant threat. It had become part of the creature itself, an extension of its wrath. "We have to get to the village," Lucia shouted over the roar of the waves, but it was clear that there was nowhere safe. The Leviathan was here, and its fury was unstoppable. The very land they stood on seemed to tremble under its weight, and with each passing moment, the group felt more and more helpless. No ritual, no sacrifice, no ancient knowledge could save them now. The Leviathan had returned, and there was nothing left to stop it. As the creature rose higher, its massive form nearly blocking out the sky, Anna realized something chilling. The sacrifice that had once appeased it was not just a way to stop the storm, it was a way to keep the Leviathan at bay. And now, without that offering, the storm would not end. The creature would not stop. It would consume everything in its path. The group turned and fled, the sound of the creature's approach shaking the earth beneath them. They had no choice but to run, even though they knew the Leviathan would not let them escape. The storm had come for them, and nothing, not time, not ritual, not even fear could stop it now. Chapter 7. The Fight for Survival. The earth trembled beneath Anna's feet as she ran, her lungs burning with each labored breath. The wind howled like a living thing, ripping at their clothes, sending debris swirling through the air in chaotic, razor-sharp gusts. It was as if the entire world had turned against them. The Leviathan had risen from the depths, its massive form still looming above the water, its monstrous tail thrashing against the sea, creating waves that crashed relentlessly against the shore. The group had no clear path, no safe haven, only the cold terror of knowing that whatever came next would be worse than they could possibly imagine. We can't outrun it. Lucia screamed, her voice barely audible over the cacophony of wind and crashing waves. She clutched Tomas's arm tightly, pulling him along with frantic urgency as they scrambled toward the village. But the path was no longer clear. The road they once knew had disappeared, swallowed by the storm. The land was shifting beneath their feet, turning into a jagged wasteland of broken trees, shattered rocks, and flooding earth. Everything around them was being torn apart, just like the world had torn itself to pieces when the creature had awakened. Anna's mind raced. How could they survive this? The Leviathan wasn't just attacking the village, it was targeting them specifically. Each crash of the waves, each gust of wind, seemed to be directed at their every movement. There was no escape. The creature was everywhere. Its fury, an unstoppable force of nature that could not be reasoned with, bargained with, or outrun. She knew then that their only hope was to find shelter, some way to hide, to regroup long enough to figure out how to defeat it. But as they reached the outskirts of the village, the worst reality hit. The streets were flooded. Homes had already been torn apart, their roofs ripped off, windows shattered. The entire village was being consumed by the storm. And, through the waves, Anna saw the Leviathan's massive head emerging from the water, its enormous eyes fixed on them. The creature's jaws were wide, lined with rows of razor-sharp teeth, its mouth a gaping void of darkness. It let out a low, deafening growl, like the sound of thunder reverberating from the deep, signaling that it wasn't just hunting them, it was playing with them. She couldn't leave the others behind. She had to survive, and survival demanded a price. Camila paced the room, her eyes darting around the apartment as if the walls were closing in on her. Her reflection in the window seemed different now. She wasn't sure how, but she could feel the difference. There was a crack in the glass, one that hadn't been there before, but now it ran through her reflection, splitting her into two. The next day, she received another message. It wasn't from the game directly. It was from Marco. I did it. I made the sacrifice. I gave up my memories of my family. The game said it would protect them if I did. Camila stared at the words, her mind racing. What had Marco done? What had he given up? His memories? His family? He hadn't been specific, but she knew. Whatever it was gone. And once it was gone, it could never be reclaimed. The phone buzzed again, this time from Lucas. I'm going to do it. I can't let this destroy me. I'll sacrifice the one thing that keeps me going, my fear. Camila's stomach twisted. Fear? What did that even mean? Was he planning to strip himself of the one thing that kept him human, that kept him grounded in reality? She felt a cold shiver run down her spine. The game was not just about the physical sacrifices, it was about dismantling them, piece by piece, until nothing was left but hollow shells of the people they used to be. She couldn't help but wonder what she would have to give up, and if she did, would there be anything left of her when it was over? The challenge wasn't over, and she wasn't ready to play. Chapter 7. The final game. Camila didn't know how long it had been since Elena disappeared, or since Marco and Lucas had started to unravel. Time had lost all meaning. It felt as if the world had stopped turning, as if everything was caught in a kind of suspended animation, with no escape in sight. The last messages from Marco and Lucas had come hours ago, but Camila had barely processed them. She felt like a spectator in her own life, unable to move, to breathe, as if some invisible hand were gripping her chest. She opened her phone again, almost unwillingly. The game was there, its cold message waiting for her. Congratulations, you've made it to the final stage. One of you will survive, but only one. Prepare yourself. The game will come to you now. No more choices, only consequences. The words were empty, cold. They had no meaning anymore, only the bitter taste of inevitability. They had reached the final stage, the point of no return. But even as Camila read the message, something inside her screamed, no more choices. What did that mean? Hadn't they all already made their choices? Was it not enough? Her phone buzzed again. This time, it was from Lucas. I'm sorry, Camila. I didn't want it to end like this. The game has taken everything. I feel like I'm not even here anymore. Lucas had been the most logical of them all. the one who had tried to keep everyone grounded when things had first started spiraling out of control. But now, even he was crumbling, his mind slipping through his fingers like sand. She had always felt an odd connection to him, a bond forged in the chaos of the game, but now all she felt was distance, an unbearable weight of isolation. There was no response to his message. No reply that would make things better. The phone sat in her hand, buzzing once again, this time with a new message from the game. Tonight, you will face your final challenge. It is not one you can run from. It is not one you can win. You will face it alone. A sickening sense of finality washed over her. Camila felt her stomach twist, her heart race as the words settled into her mind. Alone. The thought echoed in her brain, reverberating through her skull like a bell tolling for the end. The final challenge wasn't something she could run from. It wasn't something she could escape. She had thought, for a brief moment, that there was a way out, that if they played by the rules, they could survive. But no, the game had already decided. The rules didn't matter anymore. It was almost laughable. How much she had believed that she could control this, that she could fight back. She had tried to keep the pieces of her old life intact, to hold on to the friendships that had bound her to reality. But now, nothing was real anymore. Everything had been warped beyond recognition. Even her own thoughts felt foreign, as if they no longer belonged to her. She was just a pawn in a game that had long since ceased to care. The world outside her apartment had gone silent. The hum of the city, the clatter of cars passing, the distant murmur of voices, it was all gone. There was nothing left but the cold emptiness of her room and the oppressive weight of the game. Camila's breath caught in her throat as she looked around, searching for any sign of life, any sign of hope. But there was nothing. The shadow that had haunted her for days, no, for weeks, was now looming in the doorway. It had become a part of the game, an entity that had followed her through every step of this nightmare. The dark, distorted figure stood there, its glowing eyes boring into her soul. She didn't know when it had gotten so close. She didn't know when the game had shifted from a mere challenge to something far worse. It wasn't just a game anymore. It was an inescapable force, a nightmare that wrapped itself around her every thought, every breath. The figure in the doorway stepped forward, its movement slow, deliberate, as if it had all the time in the world. And Camila, rooted to the spot, could only stare at it. There was no escaping now. The game had made its final move, and it was time to pay the price for survival. The shadow reached out, its tendrils curling around her, its presence suffocating. She felt herself being pulled, dragged toward it, and for a moment, she wondered if she was going to die right there. But no, that wasn't it. She wasn't being taken to death. She was being taken to the last stage. And as she was consumed by darkness, she finally understood. The game wasn't about winning. It wasn't about survival. It was about making sure that only one player remained. And that player would be nothing more than a hollow shell, a piece of the game itself. Chapter 8. The truth behind the game. Camila's world was spinning. She could barely keep her balance as the darkness pressed in on her from all sides, suffocating her with its weight. But even as the blackness consumed her, one thing remained clear in her mind. She wasn't the same person anymore. The girl who had clicked on that link, who had thought it was just a game, was gone. Whatever this was, whatever had taken hold of them, had already changed her. It had changed them all. As the shadows began to close in, Camila thought of Marco, of Lucas, and of Elena. Were they still out there, somewhere in the void? Had they been consumed by the game too? Or had they made the same mistake she had? The thought twisted inside her like a knife. She was alone now, the last of them. The game had come for her, just like it had come for all the others, and yet she couldn't shake the feeling that something far worse was waiting in the darkness. And then, it happened. The world around her seemed to rip open, as if the very fabric of reality had been torn apart. Her mind was flooded with a vision, so vivid and real that it felt like it was happening to her right then. She saw the game, but not as it had appeared to her on the screen. Number. This was something far older, far darker. She was standing in an ancient temple, its stone walls covered in strange symbols that pulsed with an otherworldly glow. At the center of the temple stood an altar, blood-stained and carved with symbols of twisted creatures, beasts with eyes that burned with a malicious fire. And then she saw it. The entity. It stood tall and impossibly dark, its body an unholy amalgamation of shadow and bone. Its eyes were endless pits, filled with an infinite hunger, a hunger that stretched beyond time and space. It was staring at her, as if it could see straight into her soul, and Camila knew in that moment that this thing was the creator of the game, the force behind everything that had happened. It wasn't just a game, it was a ritual that had been designed to feed something ancient, something powerful. She was suddenly back in her apartment, her head spinning, her body shaking with the intensity of the vision. But the shadow was still there, still lurking at the edges of her consciousness, its presence suffocating. She could feel its claws in her mind, twisting everything she thought she knew. The game had been a trap from the very beginning. I'm the one who's lived the longest with this fear. I'm the one who understands what it means to break the cycle. No, Anna said, her voice soft but firm. We all made it here together. We all deserve to be saved. David looked at them both, his face pale with fear and anguish. This is madness. This isn't the answer. There's got to be another way. There isn't, Anna said, her voice breaking as she faced them all. The Leviathan will never stop. It will tear this village apart, all of us. We have to end it now. The sacrifice is the only way. Lucia, her eyes filled with tears, took a deep breath. Then I'll do it. I don't want to, but I understand. We have no choice. Tomas reached for her, his voice desperate. Lucia, no. Please, we can't. But Lucia turned away, her face hardening with the weight of her decision. We all came here to survive. But in the end, only one can. This is the price we pay for everything that has happened. And with that, she walked to the edge of the lighthouse, where the wind howled like a living thing, and the storm raged below her. She turned to face the others, her face pale but resolute. I'll make sure it ends. Chapter 9. The final confrontation. The storm raged on, its fury amplified with every passing minute. The winds howled like the cries of 1,000 lost souls, and the waves continued their relentless assault on the shore, crashing against the rocks and threatening to swallow everything in their path. Anna and Tomas stood at the edge of the lighthouse, staring out into the chaos, their hearts heavy with the weight of what was about to happen. Lucia had stepped forward, her eyes fixed on the dark horizon, where the Leviathan loomed like a shadow from the depths. Lucia's face was a mask of determination, but Anna could see the fear beneath the surface. She knew that Lucia was afraid everyone was. They had all felt the terror of the Leviathan's presence, the primal fear that came with knowing they were nothing but ants before a giant. But Lucia had made her choice. She had accepted the burden, and now it was time to fulfill the ancient bargain that had kept the creature at bay for centuries. I'm ready, Lucia said quietly, her voice barely audible over the wind. She turned to Anna, her eyes searching hers for something reassurance maybe, or permission. But Anna could offer neither. What could she say? That it would be okay? That it would work? It was impossible to know. Are you sure? Tomas asked, his voice thick with emotion. He reached out to her, but Lucia shook her head, her expression firm. I have to do this, she said, her voice steady now. I've lived with this fear my whole life. It's time to face it. Anna swallowed hard, her throat tight with the enormity of the decision. The storm outside had reached a deafening crescendo. The waves were now towering over the lighthouse, crashing against its base with a violence that shook the very foundation of the building. The Leviathan was drawing closer, its massive form rising from the depths of the ocean, its glowing eyes fixed on Lucia, who stood alone at the edge of the precipice. The ground trembled as the creature's presence seemed to intensify, and Anna's heart skipped a beat when she saw the first signs of its approach. A massive wave, taller than any before, rose from the sea like a monstrous hand reaching for the sky. The air itself seemed to warp as the Leviathan emerged from the depths, its body a writhing mass of shadow and terror. It moved slowly, deliberately, as if savoring the moment. Lucia stepped forward, her gaze locked on the creature, her body tense with both fear and resolve. The storm howled around her, and for a brief moment, everything seemed to go still. It was as if the universe itself was holding its breath, waiting for the inevitable. Anna wanted to scream, to beg her to reconsider, but no words came. She could only watch in horror as Lucia raised her arms toward the beast, offering herself as the final sacrifice. Then, with a deafening roar, the Leviathan surged forward, its massive body cutting through the waves as it drew closer. The sky above them flickered with lightning, illuminating the creature's horrifying form in brief flashes of blinding light. Its eyes glowed with a cold, unearthly light, locking onto Lucia as if it knew exactly what was happening. Its jaws opened wide, revealing rows of jagged teeth that could easily swallow an entire ship whole. Lucia stood her ground, her arms still raised, her expression unwavering. The wind whipped around her, pulling at her hair and clothes, but she didn't falter. "I offer myself to you," she called out, her voice carrying through the storm as if speaking directly to the creature. "End this madness. End the storm." For a moment, there was nothing but the sound of the crashing waves, the shrieking wind, and the low guttural growl of the Leviathan. The beast paused, as if considering her words, its massive eyes narrowing in a predatory gaze. Anna could feel her heart pounding in her chest as she watched, knowing that this was the only way to end it. The storm would never stop. The Leviathan would never cease its hunger, unless someone willing sacrificed their life. Then, with a terrifying screech, the Leviathan lunged forward, its mouth snapping open. But Lucia didn't move. She didn't flinch. She stepped closer to the edge, closer to the monstrous maw of the creature. And in that moment, Anna saw something in her eyes, an acceptance, a quiet peace, as if she had finally found her place in the world. She had made the ultimate decision. There was no going back now. The creature's mouth closed around Lucia in an instant. A terrifying crack of thunder erupted as the Leviathan swallowed her whole, its jaws snapping shut with a deafening crunch. Anna screamed, her voice lost in the storm, as the Leviathan retreated into the depths, the monstrous creature vanishing beneath the waves. The sky above them seemed to crack open, and for a brief moment, everything went silent. And then, the storm began to subside. The winds calmed, the waves slowly receded, and the heavy black clouds that had hung over the village began to dissipate, breaking apart as if they were being torn away by some unseen hand. The eerie quiet that followed was almost worse than the storm itself. Anna stood frozen, unable to comprehend what had just happened. She had watched as Lucia gave her life to save them, and now there was nothing but the cold aftermath. Tomas stood beside her, his face pale and streaked with tears. "Is it over?" he whispered. His voice was small, fragile, as if he were afraid to believe it. Anna didn't answer. She couldn't. What could she say? That the storm had stopped? That they had won? In a way, yes. The Leviathan had been appeased, and the terror that had gripped the village for weeks had finally ended. But at what cost? Lucia was gone. She had sacrificed herself to save them all, and the price was one that no words could ever undo. The sea was calm now, almost peaceful, as the last remnants of the storm faded away. The sky was clearing, and for the first time in days, the sun broke through the clouds, casting a soft golden light across the wreckage of the village. It was over, but Anna felt no joy, no relief. Only the heavy weight of loss. They had survived, but at what cost? Chapter 10. The Price of Sacrifice. The village was eerily quiet. The storm had passed, leaving behind a scene of devastation that felt almost unnatural in its stillness. What had once been a bustling, vibrant coastal town now resembled a forgotten wasteland, its streets strewn with debris, homes shattered and empty, and the sea, once a life-giving force, now a distant, cold expanse. The Leviathan's wrath had claimed everything except the survivors, and they had paid a price far greater than they ever imagined. Anna stood at the edge of the village, gazing out at the calm ocean. It looked peaceful now, the waves gently lapping against the shore, as though nothing had ever happened. But she knew better. The calm was an illusion. The Leviathan was gone, but its presence still lingered in the air, in the earth, in the very fabric of the village itself. Lucia's sacrifice had been necessary, but the consequences of that sacrifice were far from over. Tomas approached her slowly, his steps heavy, as if the weight of the world was pressing down on him. His eyes were red-rimmed from sleepless nights and grief. The events of the past few days had shaken him to his core, and now, with the storm gone, The true horror had begun to set in. They were alive. But at what cost? They had watched as Lucia, their friend, their sister-in-arms, had given her life to end the terror, and now they had to live with that loss. "I can't stop thinking about her," Tomas said, his voice hollow. "Lucia gave everything for us, and we're still here. We're still alive, but I don't know what we're supposed to do now." Anna didn't answer right away. She didn't have the words. How could she? There was no comfort in the aftermath of a sacrifice so great. Lucia had made her choice, but now they were left to pick up the shattered pieces of their lives. The village had been saved, yes, but at the cost of a life that none of them could replace. And even worse, they would never know the true weight of that sacrifice. They would never understand the depths of the ancient ritual that had required it. David and Lucia's family had returned to the village, their faces pale with shock and grief. They had not known the full truth until now, until they saw the remnants of the storm and the wreckage it had left behind. Anna had explained as best as she could, telling them that Lucia had died to stop the creature, to end the cycle of terror that had plagued them for generations. But how could she explain what she herself didn't fully understand? The sacrifice had been necessary, but it had come with a price, and that price wasn't just the life of a friend. "Where do we go from here?" David asked quietly, looking around at the desolate landscape. His voice was thick with disbelief, as if he couldn't fully grasp the reality of what had happened. "What do we tell the others? How do we explain what's left?" Anna looked at him, then back at the horizon. The sky was a pale gray now, and the sea had settled into an almost eerie calm. "We tell them the truth," she said, her voice steady. "We tell them that Lucia saved us, and we rebuild. But we also remember what happened. We can't let it happen again." But Tomas shook his head. "How can we rebuild? How can we move on knowing that we were part of something like this? The sacrifices, they've been happening for centuries, Anna. Do you think they just end because one person died?" Her stomach tightened at his words. She had been thinking the same thing. The truth was, the Leviathan might be gone, but the curse that had kept it alive was far from over. The villagers had made sacrifices before. They had appeased the creature with lives, innocent lives. They had done so out of fear, out of desperation, without truly understanding the consequences. And now, with Lucia gone, Anna couldn't shake the feeling that the cycle wasn't truly broken. "We have to stop it," Anna said, her voice growing stronger as she spoke. "Lucia gave her life for us, but that doesn't mean the cycle's over. We need to find a way to stop this madness once and for all." But even as she said it, Anna knew deep down that there was no easy answer. They couldn't undo the past. They couldn't bring back Lucia, or the countless others who had been claimed by the Leviathan. The only thing they could do now was ensure that the next generation would never have to face the same fate. They had to break the cycle of fear, of appeasing the creature to survive. Later that night, Anna found herself standing at the edge of the sea, looking out at the horizon. The moon hung low in the sky, casting a pale glow over the water. She thought of Lucia, of her bravery, of her sacrifice, and she wondered, with a pang of guilt, if they could ever truly be free from the Leviathan. The creature had been driven back into the depths, yes, but how long would it stay there? How long would it be before it emerged again, hungering for more lives, more sacrifices? Her thoughts were interrupted by a soft sound behind her. Tomas stood a few feet away, his gaze fixed on the ocean as well. He didn't speak, but she could feel the weight of his presence, the shared grief that still hung between them. They had both lost something they could never replace, Lucia, yes, but also their innocence. The innocence of not knowing the true cost of survival. "I don't know if we can stop it, Anna," Tomas said quietly, his voice barely above a whisper. "The creature, I mean. I don't know if we can ever truly end the cycle." Anna didn't answer immediately. She didn't have a response. What could she say? That they would be okay? That they would find a way to break the curse once and for all? She couldn't promise him that. What she could promise was this: they would never forget Lucia. They would never forget the price that had been paid, and they would fight to ensure that no more lives would be taken in the name of survival. "We'll figure it out," Anna said finally, her voice steady despite the uncertainty that clouded her thoughts. "We have to." For her, for all of us. The moonlight flickered over the sea, casting long, eerie shadows across the water. And for a moment, Aina wondered if the Leviathan's hunger would ever truly be satisfied, or if, like the tides, it would always return. The Spectator, Chapter 1. The death of Laura. The news arrived in a way that seemed almost unreal, as though it were some bad dream Carolina could not shake off. The phone call came in the middle of the afternoon, just as the sun was beginning its descent, casting a soft amber light across the living room. Her heart raced before she even answered, a feeling of dread settling into her bones. "Carolina, it's about Laura. She's gone." The voice on the other end was hollow, almost distant. At first, Carolina thought it was some cruel joke, some mistake. But the silence that followed crushed that hope her sister, her twin, was dead. The cause, they said, was an accident. Laura had slipped on the stairs of her apartment, hit her head, and that was it. No foul play, no signs of struggle. The police and medical examiner had ruled it an unfortunate mishap. But to Carolina, those words felt empty, like a story told by someone who didn't understand the gravity of the loss. How could it be? How could Laura, who had always been so careful, so alive, be gone in an instant? Something felt off, something that gnawed at her from within, a hollow space that grew with every word of the official report. The days leading up to the funeral were a blur. Time felt warped, like the world was moving in slow motion, while she was left behind in a frozen moment. She sat in a haze, surrounded by family members and friends offering their condolences, their faces blurred, their words distant. She heard them, but didn't listen. Their expressions of sorrow felt alien, as if they were mourning someone they barely knew. None of them could possibly understand the bond Carolina shared with Laura. How could they? They weren't twins. They weren't two halves of a single whole. Carolina barely ate, barely slept. The absence of her sister seemed like a gaping wound in her chest. It didn't matter that she had always been the more reserved of the two. Laura had always been her shadow, her reflection in everything. They knew each other better than anyone else could, their bond unspoken but always there. And now, without Laura, Carolina felt as if she was floating, disconnected from the world around her. The house felt too large, too silent, and every object in it seemed to carry her sister's ghost. The funeral was held on a dreary Thursday. The sky was overcast, heavy clouds pressing down, as if nature itself shared Carolina's grief. The mourners gathered in a quiet cemetery, standing in the shadow of tall trees. Carolina stared at the closed casket, her eyes empty, her heart aching in a way she couldn't articulate. She wanted to scream, to ask why, but the words caught in her throat. There was no reasoning with grief, no answer that could fill the void Laura had left behind. After the service, the visitors trickled away, and Carolina found herself alone in the cold silence of the room. The coffin, now sealed and lowered into the earth, felt like a cruel mockery. Her sister was gone, but it didn't feel real. It felt like something was waiting to happen, something she couldn't yet comprehend. She sat by the window, staring into the dimming light, lost in thought. But then, just as the sky darkened, a strange sensation gripped her. She couldn't place it, but it was as if a shadow had passed over her. She turned and faced the room, and that's when she saw it. A faint shimmer in the mirror above the mantel. At first, she thought it was just the reflection of the dimming light, but no. There, in the glass, she saw Laura's face. Not a clear image, but a faint outline like an impression of her sister, as if she were standing just behind her. Her features were blurry, but the eyes were unmistakable wide, staring. Carolina's breath caught in her throat. The image was gone the moment she blinked. Her heart raced. She spun around, expecting to see Laura standing in the doorway, but there was nothing. The room was empty. The air felt too still, too heavy. Her hands trembled as she wiped her eyes, trying to convince herself it had been a trick of the light, a figment of her grief-stricken mind. But deep down, she knew what she had seen wasn't an illusion. She had felt it like an electric jolt, like a presence behind her. Laura wasn't gone, not completely. That night, sleep came fitfully. Carolina tossed and turned in her bed, haunted by the image of Laura in the mirror. Every time she closed her eyes, she saw her sister's face pale, staring, unblinking. She awoke several times. The feeling of someone watching her so strong it made her skin crawl. Each time she opened her eyes, the room was empty, but the unease stayed. It wasn't just the grief, the sadness. It was something deeper, something darker. And Carolina had a sinking feeling she wasn't ready to face the truth of it. Chapter 2. The First Reflection. The days following Laura's funeral bled together in a fog of exhaustion and grief. Carolina found it hard to do anything that didn't feel like a mechanical necessity. She still lived in the apartment they had shared for most of their lives. The rooms saturated with memories, some comforting, others painfully sharp. Everything seemed to carry the weight of Laura's absence, and the smallest things triggered waves of sorrow. But there was something else. A creeping sensation that began to plague her, lurking in the periphery of her consciousness, that she couldn't shake off. It started with the mirrors. Carolina hadn't really noticed at first, her mind too occupied with the mounting emptiness to focus on anything else. But gradually, she began to sense a subtle shift, a change in the way her reflection behaved. At first, it was just a fleeting feeling. When she'd pass by a mirror, she'd think she saw something out of place, something that didn't quite belong. The sensation was faint, barely perceptible, but it grew stronger with each passing day, until it became impossible to ignore. One morning, after a restless night of broken sleep, Carolina stood in front of the bathroom mirror, brushing her hair. The room was dimly lit, the only light coming from the half-open window, where the morning sun filtered through the blinds. She didn't expect anything unusual, but as she looked at her reflection, something strange happened. For a brief second, she thought she saw a figure behind her, standing just out of focus. It was the shape of a woman, though too blurry to make out any distinct features. She froze, the brush still in her hand. Her heart pounded in her chest as she instinctively turned around. But there was nothing, just the empty bathroom, silent and still. Carolina blinked several times, trying to steady herself. It was probably just the exhaustion, she told herself. Maybe her mind was playing tricks on her, weaving the image of her sister into the most ordinary of moments. But the feeling lingered, a cold shiver crawling up her spine. Later that day, as she walked through the apartment, the same sensation struck her again. This time, as she passed the large mirror in the hallway, she caught a glimpse of something out of the corner of her eye. The reflection of the room seemed wrong. For a split second, she could swear that Laura was standing behind her. The outline was too faint, too shadowed to make out the details clearly, but it was unmistakable. It was her sister. Carolina's breath caught in her throat, her pulse quickening. She turned swiftly to face the mirror, but it was empty. Her own reflection stared back at her, looking just as it always had. But now, the air felt heavier, like something was lurking just beyond her sight, waiting. She walked away from the mirror quickly, her heart hammering in her chest. She couldn't explain it, but there was no mistaking the feeling of being watched, of being observed by something that wasn't quite there. It was as if Laura's presence was lingering, refusing to leave her behind. That night, after a full day of avoiding mirrors, Carolina found herself drawn back to the bedroom, the room where she and Laura had spent countless nights as children, laughing, talking, dreaming. It was quiet now, so painfully quiet. She glanced at the mirror above the dresser, its surface reflecting the dim light from the lamp beside her. She could feel her heart beating faster, a lump in her throat. And then, just as she feared, it happened again. There, in the reflection, was Laura, or something that looked like her. Her features were indistinct, shrouded in a foggy haze, but Carolina knew. She just knew. The eyes were wide, unblinking, locked onto her with an intensity that made her stomach churn. This time, she didn't turn away. She couldn't. Instead, she stepped closer, her face mere inches from the mirror, trying to make sense of what she was seeing. The image wavered, flickered, like an old film reel skipping, and then, for just a moment, it became clear. Laura was there, staring directly at her, but her mouth was slightly open, as if she were trying to say something. Carolina's breath caught in her throat. The silence was deafening. She reached out, her fingers brushing the cool surface of the mirror, her reflection mirroring the motion, but as her fingers touched the glass, the image of Laura vanished. In its place was nothing but the faint glow of the lamp. and her own wide-eyed face staring back at her in shock. The next day, she tried to rationalize it. Perhaps it was some form of grief-induced hallucination, some lingering manifestation of her mind trying to process the trauma. But something deep inside her resisted that explanation. She had known her sister too well. This wasn't some figment of her imagination. It was too real. And the more she thought about it, the more convinced she became that something was wrong, terribly wrong. Laura wasn't gone. At least, not in the way everyone thought. The sense of unease began to take over her daily life. Every time she passed a mirror, she would glance at her reflection, half expecting to see Laura standing there behind her. It was as if the glass had become a portal, a thin boundary between the world she knew and something darker, something more twisted, and the sensation of being watched never left her. No matter how often she looked, no matter how much she tried to convince herself it was just in her head, the feeling of her sister's presence lingered in every corner of the apartment, in every reflection. As the days turned into weeks, Carolina's fear began to turn into obsession. She couldn't escape the mirrors. They were everywhere in the bathroom, the hallway, even the smallest ones in picture frames on the walls. Each one held the same unsettling promise, a glimpse of her sister, or at least something that looked like her. One night, as she stood in front of the bathroom mirror brushing her teeth, she couldn't take it anymore. She looked at her reflection, trembling. "Laura?" she whispered, the name escaping her lips like a prayer. For a moment, nothing happened. But then, a whisper, a faint sound, almost imperceptible, drifted from behind her. It was her sister's voice, soft and distant. "I'm here. I'm waiting." Carolina's heart skipped a beat. Chapter 3. The descent into madness. Carolina's mind felt like a constant war zone, thoughts colliding and splintering into jagged fragments she couldn't quite assemble. Every day, the mirrors seemed to mock her, reflecting not only her own face, but the suffocating emptiness of a life that had lost its balance. She no longer trusted her own perception of reality. It wasn't just the whispers she heard in the stillness of the night, nor the shadows in the corners of her vision that crept away the moment she turned to look. It was something worse, the growing certainty that her sister was still alive, somewhere just beyond reach, trapped between the world she once knew and something darker. It wasn't long before Carolina stopped leaving the apartment altogether. The outside world felt like a distant memory, a place she could no longer connect with. Friends called, concerned. Her mother visited, her face etched with worry, but Carolina could only nod numbly, giving vague answers to their questions. "I'm fine," she'd say, but she wasn't. She was suffocating, caught in a prison of mirrors and half-formed thoughts. The doctor she saw told her it was grief. Grief, they said, could make you see things. It was a natural reaction to loss, but it didn't feel natural. Not when her sister's voice, her presence was so palpable, so real. The psychiatric appointments became a ritual. Carolina would sit in the sterile office, her hands twisted in her lap, staring at the floor as the psychiatrist droned on. "It's important to understand, Carolina, that what you're experiencing is not an uncommon symptom of grief. Many people hallucinate or feel a sense of presence after losing a loved one." Dr. Fernandez's voice was calm, soothing even, but every word felt like a slap. She had tried to explain to him what she saw, what she felt, but it never seemed to make sense to him. How could it? No one else had witnessed the horrors that stalked her every moment. "I'm not crazy," she would say, her voice barely above a whisper, her eyes darting nervously around the room, as if expecting the world itself to collapse around her. But Dr. Fernandez would nod kindly and write notes, offering medication she never took. She couldn't. No pill could quiet the whispering voice of her sister, or still the trembling shadows in the corners of her apartment. At night, the mirrors became more than just glass. They became portals, waiting to show her something impossible, something beyond the edges of reality. The more she tried to resist, the more the hallucinations intensified. At first, she saw Laura only in fleeting moments, an indistinct figure in the corner of a reflection, a flash of movement just outside her line of sight. But soon, those moments stretched into full encounters. She would wake up in the middle of the night to the sound of footsteps outside her bedroom door. Her heart would race, and she would sit up in bed, staring into the darkness, waiting. And then, when she could take no more, she would run to the bathroom, the hallway, the living room, checking every mirror, hoping, praying that she was just imagining it. But there she was, standing just behind her features twisted in some kind of grotesque mimicry of life. Some nights, Carolina would scream at her reflection. "Leave me alone," she'd shout, pounding her fists against the cold glass. But Laura's image would only watch her in silence, her face unreadable. Sometimes, Carolina swore she could hear her sister's soft, almost imperceptible laugh, a sound that chilled her to the bone. It wasn't Laura. Not really. Something was wrong. Terribly wrong. But what? One evening, as the darkness crept in and the apartment grew cold, Carolina felt the weight of it all pressing on her chest. The air felt thick, as if it were alive with the weight of unspoken words. She stumbled into the living room and sank into the armchair, her eyes staring blankly at the shadows that seemed to stretch unnaturally across the walls. The lights flickered, casting strange, twitching shapes on the floor. She couldn't bear it anymore. She had to know the truth. She had to understand what was happening to her. With trembling hands, Carolina searched through the stack of old family photographs, flipping through them in a desperate attempt to find something that would explain the presence that haunted her. And then, buried at the bottom of the pile, she found a photograph of her and Laura, taken just months before Laura's death. At first glance, it seemed like a normal picture. They were both smiling, arms draped around each other, the same identical faces beaming back at the camera. But when Carolina looked closer, something wasn't right. The reflection of the photographer, an elderly man who had taken the photo, was distorted. His face was wrong, like something had shifted. Something had crossed over into the photograph. Her heart hammered as she studied the image. The distortion wasn't just in the reflection. Something about Laura seemed off, like her smile was too wide, her eyes too still. It was subtle, but undeniable. She had seen that same eerie stillness in the mirror the day before. Carolina slammed the photo down on the table, her breath coming in short gasps. It wasn't possible. How could her sister be in two places at once? How could she be dead and alive at the same time? The question spun in her mind like a whirlwind, growing faster, louder, until her thoughts couldn't keep up with the madness. The logical part of her mind, the part that understood science and reason, screamed at her to stop, to leave this insanity behind. But the deeper part of her, the one that had always shared an unspoken bond with Laura, knew. She wasn't going crazy. Something was happening, something beyond explanation. But what was it? And why couldn't anyone else see it? Why couldn't they hear the whispers that echoed in her mind? The same ones that had been calling her name from the very first moment Laura had vanished. The next night, as she sat alone in the apartment, the darkness thick and suffocating, the sound of a door creaking open shattered the silence. Carolina froze, heart pounding in her chest. She knew, without a doubt, what was coming. She stood up slowly, as if walking in a dream, her legs unsteady beneath her. And there, in the reflection of the hallway mirror, she saw it, Laura's face. But it wasn't the Laura she had known. This version was hollow, like a shadow, an empty vessel wearing her sister's skin. And then in the glass, a single word appeared. Help. Chapter 4. The connection between the twins. The night after seeing Laura's reflection, Carolina's obsession grew. The word in the mirror, help, echoed in her mind, pulling her further down a rabbit hole she wasn't sure she could escape. She had to understand. She had to know what was happening to her sister. The more she thought about it, the more she realized something she had always known but never fully understood. The bond between her and Laura was deeper than anyone, even their parents, had ever realized. It wasn't just sibling love. It was something more, something inexplicable, almost mystical. And now, that bond was the only thread she could cling to. As children, Carolina and Laura had shared everything. Their thoughts, their dreams, their fears, all were intertwined in a way that was impossible to explain. Even as they grew older, the connection never faltered. There were times when Carolina would wake up in the middle of the night, heart pounding, knowing exactly what Laura was dreaming about. When Laura was sad, Carolina felt the ache in her chest. And when Laura laughed, it was as if the world itself had lightened. They had never needed words to communicate sometimes. A single glance could say more than 1,000 words ever could. But that bond had always been there, lurking beneath the surface, waiting to be understood. Now, as Carolina combed through the old boxes in the attic, filled with relics from their childhood, the weight of that bond pressed heavily on her. She found old journals they had kept when they were younger, scribbled notes, drawings, stories written by two minds that were inextricably linked. As she flipped through the pages, one entry caught her attention. It was a passage Laura had written, dated several years before her death. The words were strange, dark, even for a young girl. I dream of a place where everything is mirrored, a world where the sky is upside down, and I can hear myself calling to me, but I can't reach myself. I'm trapped. Carolina's hands trembled as she read the words again. Trapped. The same feeling she had when she saw Laura's face in the mirror, frozen, unreachable. The words gnawed at her as she thought about what Laura had meant. A world of mirrors? A place where she couldn't escape? It all felt like a puzzle, one that, with each piece she uncovered, seemed to point her towards something more sinister, more terrifying. Could Laura have known something? Could she have foreseen this? That night, Carolina couldn't sleep. The weight of Laura's presence was suffocating. Every time she closed her eyes, she saw Laura's face, distorted and begging for help. But there was nothing she could do. Or was there? The thought lingered in her mind, a dangerous, tantalizing idea. What if the bond they shared wasn't just a connection of love or instinct? What if it was something more, a link between realms, a bridge between the living world and the one Laura had been trapped in? What if, in some way, Laura was calling out to her, not just through the mirrors, but through their shared bond? Desperation gnawed at her. She had to act. Carolina spent the next several days searching through every book she could find on twins, mystical connections, and ancient rituals. There were references to shared psychic abilities, to the idea that twins were often connected by a spiritual thread that transcended death. Some even spoke of mirror worlds, alternate dimensions, where reflections weren't just images, but living entities. The more she read, the more certain she became. Laura wasn't dead. She was somewhere else, somewhere just beyond the mirror's surface. But how could she get there? How could she reach her sister? In her search, Carolina discovered a particular legend that both terrified and fascinated her. The idea of the other side of the mirror, a place where souls could be trapped, unable to cross over. According to the legend, those who were connected by deep bonds, especially twins, could sometimes find a way into that mirror world, but it was never without consequence. The boundaries between the two worlds were fragile, and crossing them could cause irreversible damage. Many who tried to enter never returned, but Carolina didn't care. The thought of her sister being trapped, crying out for help, was too much to bear. If there was even a slim chance that she could reach Laura, she had to try. With a mix of fear and determination, Carolina began preparing. She found an old mirror in the attic, one that had belonged to their grandmother. It was large and ornate, its surface cracked and cloudy with age. But something about it felt different, as though it had a presence of its own. She placed it in the center of the living room, under a dim light, and stared into its murky depths. It felt as if it were waiting, watching her, as if it knew what she intended to do. The first time she stood before it, the room around her seemed quiet. The air felt thick with anticipation. She placed her hand on the cool surface of the glass, and for a moment, nothing happened. Then, as if responding to her touch, the reflection flickered. The light shifted, and for just a split second, Carolina saw something other than her own reflection. It was a shadow, moving just beyond the glass. She gasped and pulled her hand back, but the figure remained, watching her, its face indistinct but vaguely familiar. Laura. Carolina's heart pounded in her chest. She stepped closer, heart racing, breath shallow. The figure in the mirror seemed to move with her, a dark, indistinct shape just beyond her reach. It was as if the glass itself were a barrier, one that separated them, keeping them apart despite the connection they shared. Laura was there, but how could she reach her? How could she break the boundary between their worlds? The questions consumed her as she began to search for more answers. She couldn't wait any longer. Something told her that the longer she hesitated, the further Laura would drift away, and the idea of losing her sister forever, of not being able to help her, was too unbearable. It was time to cross the threshold, no matter the cost. Chapter 5. The Other Dimension. The night was heavy with silence as Carolina stood before the cracked mirror, the air in the room thick with tension. The hours seemed to stretch like an eternity, the soft ticking of the clock on the wall the only sound breaking the stillness. Her pulse raced with a mixture of fear and determination. She had no idea what awaited her beyond the glass, but she could feel it. Something was waiting. Laura was waiting. For the first time in weeks, Carolina didn't feel entirely alone. She felt the bond between them tighten, like an invisible thread pulling her forward. In her hand, Carolina held an old book she'd found hidden away in one of the attic's dusty corners. It was filled with cryptic symbols and faded, ancient text details of rituals that claimed to bridge the gap between this world and the one that lay beyond. The instructions were vague, but one thing was clear. The key to entering the mirror world lay within the reflection itself. The mirrors weren't just windows into another place, they were doors. But the text also warned of the dangers. Once you crossed, there would be no return. For a long time, she hesitated. The rational part of her mind screamed that this was madness. She couldn't just step into a mirror and expect to find Laura. But then, her sister's voice echoed in her head again, soft, desperate, calling her name. "Help me, Carolina." The sound was like a breath on the back of her neck, too real to ignore. She knew then that there was no other choice. She couldn't sit idly by while Laura suffered. Whatever this world was, whatever it would cost, she was willing to risk it. Taking a deep breath, Carolina stepped forward. The cold, cracked surface of the mirror seemed to shimmer, as though it were alive, pulsating with a dark energy. She reached out with trembling fingers, her skin grazing the glass. The moment her hand made contact, a strange, tingling sensation shot up her arm, as if the mirror was pulling her in. Her breath caught in her throat as the surface seemed to ripple, shifting like water. The air around her thickened, heavy with the scent of decay, as if the space between the worlds was narrowing, preparing to swallow her whole. Before she could pull away, the mirror responded, expanding like a dark vortex, pulling her closer. The room around her began to distort, the walls warping, the shadows stretching unnaturally. The once comforting warmth of her apartment was gone, replaced by a chilling, oppressive cold. Her heart raced as she fought to steady herself, but the pull was too strong. The edges of the mirror blurred, and within moments, Carolina found herself stepping into the reflection. The world she entered was nothing like she expected. It was eerily familiar and utterly wrong at the same time. The space around her was a twisted version of her own apartment. The walls were cracked and broken, as though the entire place was decaying, but it was still recognizable. The furniture was positioned differently, the air heavy with a strange, pungent scent like rotting wood mixed with something metallic. The only light came from an unnatural glow that seemed to pulse from the shadows, casting the room in a sickly hue. The silence was deafening. No sound filled the air except for her own breathing, which felt shallow and uneven. She moved cautiously, her footsteps echoing in the oppressive quiet, as if the very space itself were alive, watching her every move. The mirrors here weren't just reflections, they were something else. Carolina could feel them watching her, their surfaces rippling like water, as though the walls themselves were made of glass. In one mirror she saw a glimpse of herself, but the reflection was wrong. Her face was pale, her eyes wide with fear, and her hair floated around her as though weightless. Carolina's heart pounded in her chest. She couldn't turn back. She had crossed over now, and there was no going back. The place felt wrong in every way. It was as though the very laws of nature had been twisted, warped. The air pressed down on her, and her mind was filled with a sense of dread she couldn't shake. And then, through the heavy silence, she heard it faint at first, then growing louder with each passing second, the whisper of her sister's voice. "Carolina?" It was a soft, almost haunting sound, coming from somewhere just beyond her reach. It was familiar, but twisted, distorted by the strange world she had entered. Carolina spun around, searching for the source, but the room was empty. The voice continued, calling to her, each repetition growing more desperate, more insistent. "Carolina, help me." The whispering grew louder, surrounding her, echoing off the walls. It felt as though the very space around her was alive with voices, each one calling her name. each one pleading for her to come closer. But it wasn't just Laura's voice anymore. It was as if the entire world was crying out to her, the very essence of this place reaching out, desperate for something, anything. She stumbled backward, her breath coming in short gasps, and caught sight of something moving in the corner of her vision. At first, she thought it was another reflection, a trick of the light, perhaps. But then it became clearer, a shadowy figure moving slowly toward her. It was tall and elongated, its features indistinct, but there was something about it that felt wrong, unnatural. The figure's eyes were black, voids that seemed to pull in the light around them, swallowing everything in their path. It was no longer just a shadow. It was a presence, a creature that didn't belong in this world, and yet there it was, creeping ever closer. Carolina's heart raced as she took a step back, but the creature didn't stop. It continued to move toward her, its form growing more solid with every passing second. The shadows in the room began to shift, swirling around her, as if the very air were alive. She realized then, with a sickening lurch in her stomach, that the world she had stepped into wasn't just a distorted reflection. It was alive, and it was hungry. "Carolina, help me!" The voice came again, but this time, it wasn't Laura's. It was something else, something darker. The sound seemed to come from everywhere at once, and as the figure loomed closer, Carolina understood with a bone-chilling certainty, whatever was in this mirror world wasn't just after Laura, it was after her too. Chapter 6. The dangers of the reflection. Carolina's pulse thundered in her ears as the shadowy figure drew closer, its black, soulless eyes boring into her. The room around her warped, as though the walls themselves were closing in. The air grew colder, thicker with a sense of menace that wrapped around her chest like a vice. Each breath she took felt harder than the last, and the whispers continued to swirl around her, filling her head with a dizzying cacophony of voices. Some of them were familiar, comforting even, like the soft voice of her mother, or the tender laugh of Laura. But others were dark, filled with malice, drawing out the deepest fears Carolina had buried inside her. "Carolina!" The voice was closer now, not from the shadow, but from behind her, soft and insistent. She spun around in terror, but the space behind her was empty. The whispers continued, mingling with the sound of her frantic heartbeat. She felt a strange compulsion to move toward the dark figure, an invisible pull like a thread that tied her to it. But she fought it, forcing her feet to stay rooted to the ground. If she let herself be taken in, she feared she would never return. With trembling hands, she reached into her coat pocket and fumbled for the small talisman she had taken from the book, an ancient amulet said to ward off spirits, thought to protect the wearer from malicious forces. The moment her fingers closed around the cold metal, a surge of energy ran through her, flooding her with an unexpected clarity. The whispers faltered, the pressure on her chest eased slightly, and the figure stopped in its tracks. It was as if the talisman had created a shield, a barrier between her and whatever force was trying to pull her into its grasp. But the shadow didn't retreat. Instead, it twisted, its form distorting and reshaping, as if it were made of smoke and darkness, struggling against the invisible force holding it back. Its hollow eyes fixed on Carolina with an intensity that made her insides churn. "You can't leave," it whispered, its voice scraping against her mind like nails on a chalkboard. "You're part of this world now. There is no escape." Carolina's heart pounded as she staggered backward, gripping the amulet tighter, but her thoughts raced. Part of this world now? What did that mean? The mirror world was alive, yes, but was she becoming a part of it, trapped here forever? She had come here to rescue Laura, but she wasn't sure she could even save herself, let alone her sister. The thought of being consumed by the mirror world was almost too much to bear, but she couldn't allow herself to be overwhelmed. She couldn't fail Laura. As if reading her thoughts, the figure inched forward again, its form more solid now, the darkness around it thickening. "There are others," it said, its voice like a whispering wind. "Others who came before you, others who thought they could escape, but they became a part of us, just like you will." The whispers seemed to grow louder, their voices combining into a single maddening sound. The shadows in the room twisted and writhed, and Carolina's vision blurred. In the corners of her eyes, she saw more figures emerging from the darkness, human shapes, distorted and twisted, their faces contorted in agony. They were watching her, their eyes hollow, their mouths frozen in screams. She could feel them closing in, surrounding her on all sides, and the fear in her chest grew until it was almost suffocating. One of the figures stepped forward. It was a woman, her face unfamiliar, but the expression was unmistakable, the face of despair. She reached out, her fingers elongated and cold, her mouth moving in soundless whispers. The woman's eyes locked onto Carolina's, and for a moment, she saw something there, something she couldn't quite explain, a flicker of recognition. And then, the woman's lips parted, her voice emerging in a low, mournful tone. "She is here, too," the woman whispered, her voice shaky as though it were both a warning and a plea. "She is coming. You can't save her. She is already lost." Carolina's stomach twisted in dread. The woman was talking about Laura, there was no doubt. But what did she mean by lost? Was Laura still in this place, trapped like these poor souls, never to escape? Was she too far gone to be saved? The thought gnawed at her, the hopelessness pressing in around her, suffocating her. "No," Carolina whispered fiercely, shaking her head. "I won't believe that. I won't let her become like you." She backed away, her mind racing for any way out of this nightmare. But as she moved, another figure emerged from the darkness, a version of herself, but distorted. Her reflection was twisted, her features exaggerated, like a grotesque mockery of the woman she knew herself to be. The figure smiled at her, a cold, cruel smile, and Carolina felt a chill run down her spine. "You think you can save her?" the twisted version of herself taunted. "You think you're the hero in this story? But you're just like us, trapped forever. All of you, you're just reflections." The distorted Carolina's voice was low, mocking, as if toying with her. "You're not real. None of this is. You can't fix it." The words hit Carolina like a punch to the gut. Not real? What did that mean? She wasn't sure, but it didn't matter. She couldn't afford to doubt herself now. She couldn't let the mirror world confuse her any further. There had to be a way to break through, to find Laura. She had to save her. Ignoring the mocking reflection, Carolina turned her back on the distorted version of herself and ran toward the far end of the room. The figures closed in, their whispers growing louder, filling her mind with doubt and fear. She could feel the weight of their eyes on her, but she refused to stop. She wouldn't give in to them. Not now. Not when Laura was still out there, waiting. The room around her began to shift once more, the walls seeming to stretch and warp, bending under the weight of the reflection's power. Carolina's chest tightened as she fought against the overwhelming pull of the mirror world. She had to find Laura. She had to pull her out of this place before it consumed them both. But just as she thought she might have a chance, she heard it again, the unmistakable voice, calling from somewhere beyond the darkness. "Carolina, help me, please." It was Laura. This time the voice wasn't distorted. It was clear, desperate, full of pain. The sound of it filled Carolina with a renewed sense of urgency. She had no time left. Chapter 7. The Truth About Laura's Death. Carolina's heart raced as she pressed her hand against the distorted mirror, the cold surface pulsing beneath her fingers. The whispers had grown louder, a deafening chorus of tortured souls begging for release. But amidst the cacophony, she heard something else, a memory. It wasn't a voice from the mirror world, nor was it a distorted echo of her own. It was Laura. "Carolina, you have to listen to me," Laura's voice said, clear and trembling, as if she were speaking directly to her from the other side. The memory was sharp and vivid. Laura, in her room, sitting on her bed, eyes wide with fear. Carolina could see it in her mind, as though it had happened yesterday. The two of them talking late at night about strange occurrences, unsettling dreams, and a sense of growing dread that neither of them could explain. "It's happening to me too," Laura had said then, her voice quivering with the weight of something neither of them could name. "I see things that aren't real, shadows in the mirrors. And sometimes I hear a voice calling my name." The memory hit Carolina with full force, as if it had been locked away in the deepest recesses of her mind, waiting for the right moment to surface. Laura had known something was wrong. Something was coming for her, and Carolina had dismissed it, chalking it up to stress, to exhaustion. Now, standing in this twisted reflection of the world, she understood just how wrong she had been. The connection between her sister's death and these dark forces was becoming clearer with each passing moment, and the dread in her heart grew heavier. In that instant, the air around her thickened, and the oppressive weight of the mirror world seemed to press closer. The walls shifted, the shadows deepening, and the whispers grew to a fever pitch. It was as if the very space was reacting to the memory, pushing back against her as she moved further into the darkness. The truth, like a jagged shard, began to cut through her thoughts, piercing the haze of confusion she had been lost in since the moment Laura's body had been discovered. Carolina's mind flashed back to the night of Laura's death, the cold, sterile hospital room where she had identified her sister's body. She had been told it was a tragic accident, a fall from the balcony that had ended her life. The doctors had offered their condolences, the police had written it off as an unfortunate incident, and the world had moved on. But deep down, Carolina had always known something wasn't right. Laura would never have fallen. It didn't make sense. She wasn't reckless, and she was too cautious for something as careless as a fall. Then there were the dreams, the strange whispers that had haunted both of them in the weeks leading up to Laura's death. Carolina had dismissed them, thinking they were just stress-induced nightmares. But now, standing in the mirror world, everything clicked into place. The voice calling her name. The warnings Laura had given her. It wasn't an accident. Laura's death had been part of something much larger, something far more sinister than either of them could have imagined. As the realization hit, Carolina's mind raced. A ritual. The word popped into her head, unbidden but undeniable. A ritual. Laura's fall, her death, had all been part of a dark ceremony, a blood sacrifice perhaps. But who had orchestrated it? Who had wanted Laura dead, and why? The question gnawed at her, but there was no one left to ask, no one who could give her answers. In the reflection before her, Carolina saw something flicker, an image, a vision. It was Laura, standing alone in a dark, ritualistic space, bound by unseen forces. Her eyes were wide with fear, her face pale as she whispered something to the air around her. "It's happening. I can't stop it." Laura's words echoed in the air, mixing with the voices of the other trapped souls. It was as if she had been part of something much darker than just a fall. Laura had been sacrificed. The realization hit Carolina like a punch to the gut, stealing her breath. It was all too much to process. But even in the midst of the horror, one truth was clear. Her sister's death had been no accident. It had been orchestrated by someone, by something, a force far more powerful than she had ever imagined. A cult. Carolina felt it in her bones, the lingering dread that some dark group, some ancient force, had been responsible for her sister's demise. Carolina gripped the edge of the mirror, her knuckles turning white as the vision before her twisted, distorting once more. She needed to find Laura, to save her from whatever had ensnared her in this place. But how could she? How could she reach her sister when the very world they inhabited was so corrupted, so full of malice? The mirror world was a prison, a place where the boundaries between life and death were blurred beyond recognition. And yet, Carolina knew that she had no choice but to keep going, no choice but to dive deeper into the darkness and uncover the truth. There was a growing sense of urgency within her. Laura's voice was fading, her whispers becoming weaker, more desperate. Time was running out, and Carolina could feel it in every fiber of her being. The more she lingered in this world, the more it seemed to consume her, pulling her into its twisted reality. She couldn't let herself become another victim, another soul lost in the mirror's grasp. She had to find a way to bring Laura back, to break the curse that had bound her sister's soul to this dark dimension. But the more she tried to focus, the more the mirror world began to warp around her, the lines between reality and nightmare blurring beyond recognition. The shadows crept closer, whispering in her ears, tugging at her consciousness. She felt herself being drawn deeper into the very space that had taken her sister. The truth was out there waiting, but Carolina wasn't sure she could bear it. "Carolina," the voice called again, this time full of sorrow. "Help me." It was Laura. But as the words echoed in her mind, the image of her sister flickered and shifted, becoming something darker, more distorted. It was no longer the Laura she knew. It was a reflection, another version of her sister, twisted, and lost in this nightmare. Chapter 8. The mortal exchange. Carolina's body trembled as she stepped deeper into the distorted reflection of her world. The air thick with the unnatural chill of the mirror realm. The whispers, once distant, now felt like a suffocating blanket, pressing in on her from all sides. She could almost feel the weight of the dark energy surrounding her, thick and alive, like the room itself was breathing. And as she walked, her thoughts were a constant blur, darting between the painful truths she had uncovered and the growing desperation to find Laura before the mirror world consumed her completely. Her fingers tightened around the amulet she had found in the ancient book, the talisman that had protected her so far. But now, even it felt like a small and insignificant shield against the dark forces that had ensnared them both. There has to be a way out, Carolina thought desperately. But the walls around her seemed to pulse, drawing her closer to the center of this place, the place where she might finally find the answers. It felt like she was walking towards something inevitable, something ancient that had been waiting for her arrival. Then, ahead of her, the shadows seemed to shift, moving aside as if to allow her passage. Carolina's heart skipped a beat as a figure stepped into the dim light. It was Laura, or at least it looked like her sister. The figure was pale, her eyes hollow and lifeless, her once lustrous hair tangled and wild. The version of Laura standing before her wasn't the one she remembered. This Laura was no longer human. She was an apparition, a fragment of the person Carolina had known, but twisted beyond recognition. And there was something else, an emptiness in her eyes, as if she were no longer fully aware of who she was. Laura? Carolina's voice broke as she called her sister's name, but the figure didn't move. Instead, it tilted its head slightly, as though observing her with an unnatural interest. The air around them grew colder still, the shadows in the room shifting once more, becoming darker, denser. It felt as though the space itself were becoming an entity alive, watching and waiting. "I'm here, Carolina," the figure spoke, but the voice wasn't quite right. It was Laura's voice, yet somehow distant, like a fading echo. "I've been waiting for you, but you can't save me." Her words were tinged with a hollow sadness, as though she had already given up on being rescued. "You're too late. The mirror world doesn't let go. It never does." Carolina took a step forward, her breath catching in her throat. She couldn't bear it. She couldn't bear to hear her sister like this, to see her so distant, so lost. "No, Laura," she said, shaking her head. "You're not lost. I'll get you out of here. We'll go home. We'll go back to the way things were." She reached out toward her, but the figure in front of her began to fade, its edges growing blurry. Then, the air around them seemed to freeze, and a voice deep, guttural, and filled with malice rang out from the darkness behind her. "It's not that simple," the voice growled, and the ground beneath Carolina's feet shifted, as if the very reality she stood in was shifting like quicksand. She turned, heart pounding, and saw the shape of a figure looming in the shadows, tall, shadowy, and somehow wrong. The presence radiated an ancient, malevolent energy. It was not a human being. It was something far older, far darker. The figure stepped into the dim light, revealing itself fully, and Carolina's breath caught in her throat. It was a creature, its body covered in dark robes, with a hood obscuring its face. But beneath the hood, where a face should have been, was only an endless void, a swirling mass of darkness. "You think you can save her?" the figure intoned, its voice hollow and cold. "But to take her out of this world, you must give something in return. Everything comes with a price, and the price of your sister's life is yours to pay." Carolina's chest tightened with fear as the figure's words sank in. "What do you mean?" she demanded, her voice trembling. "What do you want from me?" She couldn't comprehend what it was asking. Was it her life, her soul? The thought sent a chill down her spine, but deep down, she already knew the answer. "To free her," the figure continued, its voice like a blade cutting through the silence, "you must offer a sacrifice. A mortal exchange, one life for another. Only then will the bond that ties her to this realm be severed. Only then will she be able to return to the living." The figure's hollow gaze seemed to pierce her very soul. "But make no mistake, child. The cost is absolute. It will not just be your body that is lost. The mirror world will consume the very essence of you, your memories, your identity. You will cease to be. Carolina's heart thundered in her chest, and for a moment, everything around her felt distant and unreal. Was it truly asking her to make that kind of choice? To give her life for Laura's? The thought seemed impossible, but the longer she stood there, the clearer it became. There was no other way. "Why me?" she asked, her voice barely a whisper. "Why can't you take someone else? Why Laura? What is she to you?" The figure stepped closer, its presence overwhelming. "Your sister's death was not an accident. She was marked long ago, a part of a ritual that has been in motion for centuries. She was chosen to be the key to a door one that would open the way for the forgotten gods to return. Her sacrifice was only the beginning, but her soul is tied to this place now. And you are her tether." Carolina's mind reeled. This was it, the truth she had feared. Laura's death had been orchestrated by a cult, a dark order who had chosen her as a pawn in a greater game. And now, her sister's soul was trapped in this mirror world, held captive by forces beyond comprehension. The choice before her was one of life and death, of light and shadow. She could offer herself in exchange for Laura's freedom, but at what cost? But the figure was relentless, its voice cold and final. "Choose, Carolina. The price must be paid. The exchange must be made, or she will remain here forever." Carolina closed her eyes, the weight of the decision pressing down on her like 1,000 stones. Her breath came in shallow gasps, her mind racing, but in her heart there was only one truth. She couldn't leave her sister here. Not like this. And so, with a heart full of sorrow and a soul trembling with uncertainty, Carolina made the choice. Chapter 9. The final confrontation. Carolina's heart thudded in her chest as the figure's cold presence loomed over her. Every word it spoke sent chills down her spine, and yet she felt the pull of inevitability deep within her bones. There was no turning back now. The price had been set, and in her mind, there was no alternative. She had promised herself she would save Laura, no matter the cost, even if it meant offering up her own life to this dark and malevolent force. "Do it," the figure hissed, its voice a slithering whisper that echoed through the dim space, filling her mind with a sense of dread she couldn't shake. "Give yourself to the mirror world. Release your soul." Carolina barely heard the words as her mind swam in a fog of sorrow and dread. "Release your soul." It sounded so final, so absolute. But deep inside her, where the love for her sister burned like a flickering candle, Carolina found the strength to step forward. Her hand was shaking, but she knew what she had to do. She could not, would not, leave Laura behind. "Take it," Carolina whispered through gritted teeth, holding out the amulet, her final offering. Her voice trembled, not from fear, but from the weight of what she was about to lose. "Take my soul. Take me. But save her." The figure moved forward with a swift motion, too fast to follow, and Carolina felt a pull, an invisible hand dragging her in, sucking her into the very fabric of the mirror world. The ground beneath her feet seemed to dissolve, and she fell into an abyss of swirling shadows and cold mist. The familiar world she had known seemed to shatter into pieces, and for a moment she felt as if she were floating in nothingness, her mind disconnected from her body. But just as quickly, the sensation disappeared, and Carolina found herself standing in the center of a vast, desolate landscape. The air was thick with the scent of decay, and the sky above was an oppressive shade of black, streaked with fiery red cracks like a wound in the very fabric of existence. She could hear the wind howling, but there were no trees or mountains, only an endless expanse of cracked earth stretching out before her. Ahead, the shadowy form of the figure stood waiting. But now, Carolina could see more clearly, and her heart tightened. The figure was not alone. Surrounding it were other entities darker, more terrifying beings, their forms flickering like reflections caught in broken glass. Their faces were hidden, but their presence was overwhelming, like a suffocating weight on her chest. They had been watching, waiting for this moment. "You are in our domain now," one of the entities whispered, its voice a raspy, guttural sound that reverberated through Carolina's bones. "The price is steep, and the ritual has begun." The ground beneath Carolina's feet trembled, and she staggered slightly, trying to steady herself. But she couldn't look away from Laura's figure, which suddenly appeared before her, standing in the distance, her body still and motionless. The connection was there, undeniable, pulling Carolina toward her, even as the shadows reached out, trying to drag her back into the dark. "Laura!" Carolina called, her voice echoing in the vast empty space, but Laura did not respond. The figure remained lifeless, as though something had taken her spirit, locking it within the mirror's grip. Carolina's chest tightened with dread as she understood that Laura was still trapped in this twisted world, and the longer she stood here, the more likely it was that she would be lost forever. "No!" Carolina screamed, her voice breaking. She reached out, her hands trembling as she took a step toward her sister, the shadowy entities watching, waiting for her to make her move. Each step felt heavier, as if the very air was growing thicker, more oppressive. The deeper she moved into the reflection, the more her body began to feel like it wasn't hers. She could feel herself slipping away, her identity fading as the mirror world claimed her. But then, out of the corner of her eye, she saw a flicker, an image of her sister, not as the lifeless entity before her, but as she had once been, vibrant and full of life. It was Laura calling to her. "Carolina, help me, don't give up, we can still make it." Carolina's heart pounded in her chest, and with renewed strength she pushed forward. But the closer she got to Laura, the more the shadowy figures closed in. Their eyes burned with an otherworldly light, and their mouths opened to release a chorus of haunting voices, all speaking at once, drowning out her thoughts. "You cannot save her," they hissed. "You cannot escape. Stop!" Carolina cried out as panic surged within her. Her hand reached for the talisman, and with a final, desperate plea, she crushed it between her fingers. A flash of light exploded in the air, and a powerful surge of energy shot through her. For a brief, fleeting moment, the darkness recoiled, as if pushed back by an invisible force, but it was too little, too late. The entities were too strong, their power overwhelming. Carolina's body felt numb, her limbs heavy as though the mirror world were draining her very essence. She could feel herself slipping away, the edge of her vision fading to black. Her own reflection, distorted and alien, appeared before her, staring back at her with empty eyes. "You can't win," the figure said, its voice low and taunting. "You will be one of us, lost to the mirror world forever." But just as the words struck her with finality, something shifted. Laura's voice. "I'm not lost, not yet," came the faint whisper, like a thread of light in the darkness. Laura was still there, still fighting. The connection between them was not severed, not completely. There was still a chance if Carolina could push through, if she could reach her sister before the mirror world consumed them both. "Hold on, Laura." Carolina gasped, her voice trembling but firm. The power that flowed through her was diminishing, but the love she had for her sister, the bond that had existed between them since birth, was stronger than anything in this realm. With every ounce of willpower she had left, Carolina reached forward, her fingers brushing against Laura's form. The moment they touched, there was a sudden, explosive surge of light, blinding and pure. The world around them cracked, the shadows howling in fury. This was it, and then everything went still. Chapter 10. The Return of the Spectator. The blinding light surged around Carolina and Laura, overwhelming every sense, until it felt as though the very fabric of reality was unraveling. For a brief, infinite moment, Carolina felt as if she were floating between worlds, her body torn from time and space, her mind unable to grasp where she truly was. It was as if everything she had known, her past, her identity, her very essence, had been erased. She was not sure if she was dead, alive, or somewhere in between. And then, with a violent rush, everything stopped. Carolina gasped, her lungs burning as though she had been underwater for too long. Her body hit the cold ground hard, and she felt a wave of nausea wash over her. Slowly she blinked, trying to focus, but her vision was blurred. She was back, but where was Laura? Where was she? As her surroundings began to take shape, the world seemed wrong. The sky above was gray and clouded, the trees around her twisted and bare. The air smelled thick, suffocating like old dust and decay. It didn't look like the world she had left behind. There were no familiar landmarks, no comforting sense of home. The earth beneath her felt uneven, as though it was slowly shifting beneath her feet. She rose shakily to her feet, her hands trembling, but the weight of the moment pressed down on her. The darkness that had surrounded them in the mirror world still lingered in the air, a lingering presence that made her skin crawl. Something was wrong. She had felt Laura's presence when they touched, but now there was nothing. No sign of her sister, no reassurance that she had been freed. "Laura?" Carolina whispered, her voice fragile and uncertain. The sound of her name felt strange, as if it didn't belong to her anymore. There was an unsettling emptiness in the air around her, and with every step she took, the world felt more distorted. The colors were muted, as if the life had been drained from everything. Her heart clenched. This was not where she had expected to end up. A low, hollow laugh echoed in the distance, making Carolina freeze in place. It was a sound full of mockery, a cruel, biting laugh that sent chills down her spine. She turned sharply, her eyes scanning the surroundings, but there was no one. Just shadows, creeping from the edges of her vision, watching her. "I told you," a voice whispered, a voice she recognized all too well. It was Laura, or at least a part of her. But this voice was colder, darker, more distant. "You can't escape the mirror world. You can never leave it." Carolina's blood ran cold as she took a few steps back, her mind racing. The words made no sense. "Laura?" she called again, her voice trembling. "Where are you? What's happening?" The figure emerged from the shadows, a distorted reflection of her sister. Laura's face was the same, but her eyes were hollow, her skin unnaturally pale. Her hair hung limp, as if drained of color, and the expression on her face, it was empty, devoid of recognition. The warmth, the love that had once defined her, was gone. This version of Laura was not her sister. She was something else, something born of the mirror's endless hunger. "You wanted to save me," the figure said with that same cold, mocking tone. "But you've given up everything to be with me. You've given up yourself. Do you even remember who you are anymore?" Carolina's breath caught in her throat. Her fingers trembled as she reached for the necklace she had been holding onto, her only connection to her past, her identity. But there was a strange sense of loss in the pit of her stomach. Was she Carolina anymore? The distorted Laura took a step forward, her gaze piercing through Carolina like a blade. "You're not the same. You were never meant to return. This place isn't just a prison for the lost. It's a prison for all who enter, for those who break the rules, for those who make bargains with the darkness. And now, you belong to it. Forever." The world seemed to warp around Carolina, twisting in on itself like a vortex. The trees, the sky, the ground, all of it melted into the backdrop of the mirror world. The very fabric of reality seemed to bend and crack. And as the world twisted, Carolina's memories, her life, her name, her history began to fray at the edges. She could feel her essence slipping away, like sand through her fingers. Her very existence was unraveling. "No!" Carolina gasped as the horror of her realization hit her. This was not just a punishment for her sister. This was her fate too. The deal she had made, the sacrifice she had offered, had not just cost her life, it had cost her soul, her identity. She was becoming the spectator. A low hum filled the air, and as it did, Carolina felt herself fading, slipping into the shadows like one of the countless lost souls that filled this hellish realm. Her body became lighter, her form flickering like a reflection in a broken mirror. She reached for her sister, for the last remnants of her humanity, but it was too late. "I'm sorry, Laura," she whispered, her voice weak and distant. "I couldn't save you. I couldn't save us." The distorted figure of Laura smiled a cruel, haunting grin. "You saved no one. Now, we're both trapped here." Her voice faded into the darkness as the last traces of Carolina's identity dissolved completely. She was no longer Carolina. She was a lost soul, a flickering shadow, an entity trapped in the mirror world, the spectator. And as the last vestiges of her consciousness slipped away, Carolina realized with cold clarity that she would never escape. She would watch, forever, as the mirror world continued to consume all who dared to enter. The Cult of the Red Moon. Chapter 1. Tomas's arrival. Tomas had always been curious about the village of Valverde. As a child, He had heard the stories, whispers carried by old travelers in firelight, passed down through generations like an ancient curse. There were tales of a blood-red moon, a moon that appeared once every century, and with it came darkness, horror, and unspeakable rituals. But to him, they were just stories, fanciful myths spun by people who hadn't seen the world as he had. The world of science, of reason, where superstition had no place. But now, standing at the foot of the narrow road that led into the village, Tomas felt an unsettling shiver crawl up his spine. The air here was different, heavier, thick with the smell of earth and dampness, the kind of place where the sun rarely broke through the fog. His research had brought him to Valverde. He was here to uncover the truth behind the legends. He had no intention of buying into the madness that had driven generations of villagers into silence and isolation. He was here as an outsider, an observer. As Tomas made his way deeper into the village, the silence weighed on him. The houses were old, their wooden frames leaning against the years like tired old men. But it wasn't just the buildings that were unsettling, it was the people. The few who ventured out into the streets moved with a strange urgency, their faces pinched, their eyes darting nervously as though they were all waiting for something terrible to happen. At the village square, he stopped in front of a small, weathered tavern. It was dimly lit inside, and the sounds of muffled conversation spilled through the cracks in the door. He pushed it open. The door groaned in protest, and the low murmur of voices fell to an eerie silence. The eyes of every person in the room turned to him, hollow and expectant. The bartender, a gaunt man with skin as pale as wax, didn't greet him. Instead, his eyes lingered on Tomas, an unreadable look in his gaze. His voice, when it finally came, was thick with something like dread. "You've come at the wrong time," he said, wiping down a glass that had already been cleaned. "The red moon rises tonight. You shouldn't be here." Tomas shrugged off the warning with a casual smile. "I'm just passing through. I'm here to study the local history, the old myths and such. I'm not afraid of old stories." The bartender didn't respond. He just went back to polishing his glass, the motions slow and deliberate. The other patrons returned to their conversations, but there was an underlying tension, a palpable discomfort in the air. Tomas noticed it the way they seemed to speak in hushed tones, as if every word could summon something worse. Taking a deep breath, Tomas decided to press on. "What exactly happens when the red moon rises?" he asked, though the question sounded more like a challenge than genuine curiosity. The bartender's eyes narrowed, but he didn't look up. "You'll see for yourself," he muttered. "It's not something you can explain with words. Best to stay indoors once the sun sets." Tomas didn't take the warning seriously. In fact, he thought it was nothing more than a superstition, a product of the villagers' isolation. But as he turned to leave, he couldn't shake the feeling that something was wrong. The way the patron's eyes followed him, the silence that hung over the room like a dark omen. He felt watched, as if the very walls of the tavern were holding their breath. He decided to explore the village before nightfall, to get a sense of its rhythm. The streets were quiet, almost unnervingly so. There were no children playing, no chatter between neighbors, nothing to suggest that this was a thriving community. Instead, every house he passed seemed to be abandoned, as if the people had simply vanished, leaving only their homes behind. When the sun began to dip below the horizon, Tomas made his way up to a hill on the outskirts of the village. He wanted a better view of the sky, to see if there was any truth to the tales of the red moon. And then, it happened. The sky, which had been a normal shade of blue just moments before, began to shift. The first tinges of red spread across the horizon, like blood staining the fabric of the world. Tomas's heart skipped a beat as the moon rose above the trees, large, impossibly red, its glow so vibrant it seemed to bleed into the very earth below. It was beautiful and terrifying. He stood there for a moment, mesmerized by the sight, but something within him stirred a primal, unexplainable fear. The hair on his neck stood on end, and a chill ran through him. It wasn't just the moon, it was something else, something dark and ancient, stirring beneath the surface. He couldn't explain it, but in that moment, he knew that the stories were true. The village wasn't just cursed by superstition, it was cursed by something much older, and it was watching him. Chapter 2. The first death that night. Tomas couldn't shake the eerie feeling that clung to him, despite the fact that he tried to rationalize it. He knew that his mind was likely playing tricks on him after all. The human brain had a tendency to imagine the worst in unfamiliar places. But as the moon hung in the sky, blood red and ominous, he felt as though something was waiting, lurking, just beyond his vision. The villagers were no longer out and about. Every house he passed on his way back to his temporary lodging seemed to have drawn its curtains, doors firmly shut. The entire village had fallen into an unnatural stillness. It was as if the whole world was holding its breath, waiting for something terrible to happen. As he reached the small cottage he was renting, he noticed the faintest sound, a soft whisper, like a distant chant, carried on the wind. He stopped, listening. The sound was impossible to place, though he was sure it didn't belong to the village. It was not human. The hairs on the back of his neck prickled as he quickly retreated into the cottage, locking the door behind him. He had intended to spend the night reading over his notes, but the words on the pages blurred before his eyes. He couldn't focus. The silence in the cottage felt suffocating. Eventually, exhaustion overtook him, and he fell into a restless sleep, the whispers echoing in his dreams. At some point in the night, the soft chanting reached a crescendo, and Tomas woke with a start, his heart hammering in his chest. His eyes darted around the room, but it was the hollow stillness that unnerved him more than anything. He tried to calm himself, telling himself it was just a nightmare, nothing more. But then, he heard a noise outside the window, a scraping sound, like nails dragging across wood. He rose from the bed, his breath shallow, and cautiously approached the window. What he saw made his blood run cold. There, in the dim light of the moon, stood a figure in the middle of the street, a tall, hunched figure, draped in a dark cloak. Its face was obscured by shadow, but Tomas could see the faint outline of something twisted, elongated limbs, too long, moving with unnatural grace. The figure paused, as if sensing Tomas's gaze, then slowly turned its head toward him. In that instant, Tomas's heart lurched in his chest, its eyes glowing with a sickly yellow light locked onto his. He froze, unable to look away. Suddenly, the figure straightened, its twisted form no longer hidden by shadow. It was grotesque, its face pale and featureless, with sharp, jagged teeth protruding from its mouth. Tomas's stomach churned. This wasn't a villager, not a man or woman. It was something other. He stumbled back from the window, heart pounding in his chest. The thing outside stood motionless for a moment longer, then turned and disappeared into the darkness. Tomas didn't sleep again that night. He sat in the corner of the room, his back pressed against the wall, listening to the silence that had returned, but it was no longer comforting. He wasn't alone. He could feel it, a weight in the air, something watching him from the shadows. He tried to reason with himself, telling himself that he had been overtired, that the figure was just a figment of his imagination. But deep down he knew the truth. Whatever it wasn't human. And it was real. The next morning, Tomas gathered himself and forced himself to leave the cottage. He needed answers. The village was still eerily quiet, with no sign of life. It was as though the entire town had been swallowed by the earth. He walked the cobbled streets, passing empty houses, wondering if anyone had noticed the same things he had. His thoughts were interrupted by a distant scream, sharp, desperate, and filled with terror. It echoed across the village, then was abruptly cut off, swallowed by the silence. Tomas ran toward the source of the scream, adrenaline flooding his veins. He turned the corner onto the village square, only to find a crowd of people gathered, their faces twisted in shock and fear. At the center of the gathering was the body of a man, his limbs contorted at impossible angles, his face frozen in a rictus of agony. Blood pooled around him, staining the cobblestones, and his eyes were wide open, unblinking, unseeing. The sight made Tomas's stomach turn, his breath catching in his throat. The villagers stood motionless, as if paralyzed by the horror before them. No one moved, no one spoke. It was as if they had witnessed this before, and it was only an unfortunate part of their lives. An older woman, her hands shaking, finally spoke up, her voice barely above a whisper. "The curse. It's begun again." Tomas's mind raced, trying to make sense of the scene. This wasn't an accident, nor was it a random killing. This was something deliberate, something orchestrated. He turned to the group of villagers, looking for any hint of explanation. but all he received were cold, fearful stares. No one was willing to speak. "Who did this?" Tomas demanded, his voice trembling despite his attempts to sound authoritative. But no one answered. The crowd simply parted, as though giving way to something unseen. Tomas stepped closer to the body, his gaze fixed on the twisted limbs and the horrified expression etched onto the man's face. His mind screamed at him to turn away, but something kept him rooted in place. He had to understand. He had to find out what was happening. And then, from behind him, came the soft, unmistakable sound of footsteps. Footsteps that were far too quiet, far too deliberate to be human. Chapter 3. The forgotten rituals. Tomas couldn't shake the image of the man's contorted body from his mind. It burned into his memory. The way his limbs had been twisted beyond the limits of human anatomy, the sheer horror of his face. The villagers' reaction, or rather, their lack of reaction, troubled him even more. They hadn't screamed, they hadn't panicked. It was as if they expected this, as if they were waiting for it. Something ancient had been set into motion, something he couldn't yet comprehend. Determined to uncover the truth, Tomas set off that evening to find answers. The village square was deserted, the silence only broken by the faint rustle of wind through the trees. He made his way to the old church at the edge of the village, a place he'd noticed earlier but hadn't thought much of. It seemed untouched by time. Its stone walls were weathered but solid, the door hanging ajar as if inviting him in. The interior was cloaked in shadows, with only faint moonlight filtering through cracked stained-glass windows. Inside, the air was thick with the scent of incense and decay. Tomas's footsteps echoed as he walked down the aisle, his eyes scanning the dimly lit space. The pews were empty, but there was something about the church that felt off, as though it had been abandoned but not entirely forgotten. He ran his fingers over the cold stone of the altar, where strange symbols had been etched into the surface. Symbols he didn't recognize, but felt an unsettling familiarity with, as if they had been seared into his subconscious. At the back of the church, a wooden door led down into a darkened cellar. It creaked as he pushed it open, revealing a narrow staircase that spiraled downward. Tomas hesitated for a moment, his heart racing, but the need for answers overpowered his fear. He descended into the darkness, the air growing colder with each step. The sound of his breathing was the only thing he could hear, until he reached the bottom, where the cellar opened up into a large chamber. "We have to find shelter now," David shouted, grabbing Anna's arm and yanking her toward an old building that had somehow withstood the fury of the storm. It was the town's long-abandoned inn, a crumbling structure that had been left to rot for decades. It seemed to be their only chance, but the wind was relentless, and the sea was encroaching, each wave pulling more of the earth beneath their feet. The very ground was sliding away, threatening to take them all into the water. They stumbled into the inn, breathless and disoriented. The interior was as dark as the storm outside, the windows boarded up to keep out the winds. The only sound was the pounding of their hearts, racing in sync with the storm's rage. Outside, the waves were louder now, crashing with a terrifying rhythm. Anna pressed her ear to the old wood, straining to hear anything that would tell her the Leviathan had moved on, but the storm's roar drowned out everything. They were trapped. Tomas slumped against the wall, his face pale and sweat-drenched. "It's not over. It's not going to stop. We're never going to make it out of here alive, are we?" His voice trembled with the realization that they might be doomed, and Anna couldn't deny the truth of it. They had no weapons, no way to fight back. The ancient creature they had discovered in the archives was not some mythical beast. It was a living, breathing terror, and it had no mercy. "Stay calm," Anna said, her voice steady despite the rising panic inside her. "We'll think of something. We just need a plan." But Lucia, her face a mask of fear, shook her head. "There's no time for a plan. It's already here." She pointed toward the windows, where the light outside had turned an unnatural shade of green. The sky was swirling now, a vortex of black clouds that seemed to be centered directly above them. Through the cracks in the boarded-up windows, they could see the Leviathan's shadow, moving just beyond the edge of the village. It was circling them, like a predator waiting for the right moment to strike. Anna's eyes flicked to the door, her heart pounding in her chest. If they stayed in the inn, they were just waiting for death. They needed to do something. "We can't just wait here," she whispered urgently. We have to draw it away from the village. We have to get it to focus on us, away from the others. David's eyes widened in disbelief. Are you insane? We're going to face that thing head on? I don't see another option, Anna said, her voice steely with determination. If we don't stop it now, it'll destroy everything. The village, the people, us. We have to buy time, or it'll never end. The others exchanged uncertain looks, their faces etched with fear, but they knew she was right. If they stayed hidden, the creature would eventually find them, and the storm would continue to rage until there was nothing left of the village. They had to make a stand, even if it was their last. Tomas took a deep breath, then nodded. So what's the plan? How do we even fight something like that? Anna's mind was spinning with possibilities, but there was one thing she knew for certain. They couldn't fight the Leviathan in any conventional way. They had to use the storm to their advantage, make it work for them. The creature had been summoned by ancient forces, but they knew nothing about how to control them. The only thing left was to turn the tables to make the storm work for them, or at least to weaken the creature. Let's get to the lighthouse, she said suddenly, her voice sharp with clarity. It's the highest point in the village. If we can get to the top, maybe we can signal for help, or even try to disrupt the storm itself. It's our best chance. Without another word, they grabbed whatever they could find in the dark, desperate to get to the lighthouse before it was too late. The storm, like an angry beast itself, battered them as they ran, the sound of the Leviathan's growls echoing through the darkening sky. They had only one shot, one chance to survive. Chapter 8. The Necessary Sacrifice. The wind screamed in their ears as the group huddled together, gasping for breath as they reached the base of the lighthouse. The towering structure loomed above them like a beacon of hope, though Anna knew that it might be their final refuge, not salvation. The storm intensified as they climbed the narrow spiral staircase, the sound of crashing waves growing louder, each thunderous boom making the walls shake with terrifying force. It was like the very earth beneath them was trying to shake them loose and drag them into the abyss. Anna's legs burned with exhaustion, and her breath came in short, panicked gasps. Tomas stumbled behind her, his face pale as he tried to keep up, but it was clear that none of them could outrun the storm forever. Lucia and David followed closely, their faces grim with the realization that the creature wasn't just outside, it was circling the village, and its hunger was growing by the second. The dark clouds above them were pulsating now, as if the Leviathan itself was breathing, waiting to strike. When they reached the top, Anna felt a cold sense of dread wash over her. The door to the lantern room was ajar, and as she pushed it open, a flood of cold air rushed in. The view was nothing short of apocalyptic. The ocean had turned into a massive, churning whirlpool, the sea itself rising higher and higher with each crashing wave, almost as if it was being pulled into the maw of the Leviathan. The sky above had become a swirling vortex of black clouds, and the winds howled in deafening crescendos. Through the darkness, Anna could just make out the creature's silhouette, its massive form visible in fleeting glimpses of lightning. It was circling the village, closing in on them. "We're too late," Thomas whispered, his voice barely audible over the roaring storm. His eyes were wide with terror, his hands shaking as he gripped the railing. "It's going to tear us apart. No one can survive this." David, his face drawn tight with fear, turned to Anna. "What now? We can't keep running. We're trapped." Anna's mind raced. She had tried to think of another way. The lighthouse had been their last hope, but the storm was only getting worse, and the creature was closing in. As she looked at the swirling vortex in the sky and the waves crashing relentlessly against the shore, she realized with a sickening certainty that there was no escaping the Leviathan. There was only one way to end it. "I know what we have to do," she said softly, her voice steady despite the pounding of her heart. "We need to make a sacrifice." The words hung in the air, heavy and oppressive. Tomas stared at her in disbelief. "What do you mean? Sacrifice? You want us to give ourselves to it?" Anna shook her head slowly. "No, not all of us. But one of us has to make it right. One of us has to appease the creature before it destroys us all." Lucia recoiled. "You can't be serious. We've already seen what it's capable of. You want us to offer ourselves up to it just like the villagers of the past?" "It's the only way," Anna said, her voice trembling with the weight of her own words. The creature won't stop until it gets what it wants. It's been fed for centuries, and it will keep feeding, consuming everything in its path. The only way to stop it is to give it what it's asking for. David stepped back, his face contorted with panic. What is it asking for? What does it want? It wants a life, Anna said quietly, her gaze fixed on the storm outside. It's always wanted a life. The villagers gave it that over and over again. It's not just about appeasing the creature, it's about ending the cycle. Someone has to step forward. Someone has to take the place of the sacrifices from the past. Tomas looked horrified, his breath ragged. So, one of us has to die? We're supposed to sacrifice someone to that thing? Is that the only way? Anna hesitated, feeling the weight of the decision crash down on her. Yes, she whispered. But we can't all live. Not with what's happening. One life might save all the others. It's the only way to end the storm. For a long moment, there was nothing but the sound of the storm outside, howling in fury. The group stood in tense silence, each of them grappling with the horrific reality of what Anna was suggesting. The truth hung in the air like a noose, tight and suffocating. I can't do it, Tomas finally said, his voice hoarse with emotion. I can't offer myself. I won't. I'll do it, Lucia interrupted, her voice flat, her eyes burning with determination. She stepped forward, her hands shaking. I'm the one who should do it. The room they entered was dimly lit, filled with old books, maps, and strange artifacts that Tomas couldn't quite place. It smelled of herbs and incense, like something ancient and forgotten. Who are you? Tomas asked again, his voice more urgent now. And what do you know about the cult and the Red Moon? The woman sighed, her face filled with sorrow. My name is Isela. I grew up here, but I escaped when I was young. I saw what the cult was doing, the sacrifices, the rituals. I couldn't be part of it, but I never forgot what I learned. The cult, the villagers, they believe the Red Moon is a sign, a way to open the gateway to the demon's realm. They believe that by offering a blood sacrifice, they can call the demon back to this world, a dark god who feeds on souls. Tomas shook his head, his thoughts racing. But why me? Why did they choose me? Isela's eyes darkened. Because you were born during the last Red Moon. You are the bloodline they've been waiting for, the one who can complete the ritual. They've been waiting for a century, and now that you're here, they'll stop at nothing to make sure the sacrifice is completed. Chapter 5. The hunt begins. The dim light of Isela's hidden room flickered as she pulled an old map from a shelf and laid it across the wooden table. Tomas studied it intently, his mind still reeling from her revelations. The map wasn't of the village, but of the surrounding wilderness, with intricate markings that seemed to indicate places of significance, sacred sites, hidden paths, and dark symbols that matched those Tomas had seen in the cellar. It was as if the land itself had been divided into territories, and each one marked a different stage of the ritual. Isela's fingers traced the map, her face grim. The cult has its eyes on you now. They won't stop until you're in their hands, and when the Red Moon rises again tonight, you'll be their offering. Her voice trembled slightly, but her resolve remained strong. There's a place, a sanctuary deep in the forest where the ritual can't reach you. We have to get there before they find us. Tomas felt a surge of urgency. He had no idea what awaited him at this sanctuary, but the idea of escaping the cult's grasp was his only hope. How far is it? Can we make it before nightfall? Isela hesitated for a moment, then nodded. It's about a day's journey if we move quickly. We need to avoid the main roads, though the cult has eyes everywhere. If we take the old paths, the ones they've abandoned, we might slip through undetected. She met his gaze, her eyes filled with a mixture of fear and determination. But we have to be fast. Every minute we waste brings us closer to the Red Moon. Tomas didn't hesitate. He grabbed the map and folded it, tucking it into his jacket. Let's go then. They left the room in silence, the heavy air of the village pressing down on them like a weight. The streets, which had been empty only hours before, were now filled with the sound of whispers and strange murmurs. It was as if the village itself was alive with anticipation, the calm before the storm. Tomas could sense it, the eyes of the villagers were on them, eyes that were no longer friendly, but predatory. As they walked down the narrow alleyways, Tomas couldn't shake the feeling that something was wrong. He looked over his shoulder, expecting to see the shadows of the cultists lurking in the corners, waiting for the right moment to strike. But there was nothing, just the empty streets, the quiet buildings, and the constant pressure in the air, like the world itself was holding its breath. "We're being watched," Tomas said quietly, his voice low and urgent. Isela nodded, her face pale. "They've already begun. They know we're trying to escape. The hunt is on." The realization hit Tomas like a punch to the gut. He had been the hunted before, but this was different. The villagers weren't simply trying to capture him. They were trying to offer him up as a sacrifice, to feed whatever dark force had been lying dormant for a century. And the worst part? He didn't know how to stop it. He wasn't prepared for this. He wasn't a hero, just a man in the wrong place at the wrong time. They made their way through the back streets of the village, moving in silence, avoiding the main roads that could lead them straight into the cultist trap. Every creaking door, every rustling window, made Tomas's pulse quicken. He couldn't help but feel like the walls were closing in on him. Every step felt like it might be their last. As they reached the edge of the village, the familiar scent of the forest hit Tomas. The cool, earthy air brought a fleeting sense of calm. They were so close to the forest's edge, so close to freedom. But as he glanced over at Isela, he saw the grim determination in her eyes, and it reminded him of the peril still lurking in every shadow. The forest wasn't a sanctuary. It was merely the beginning of a new stage in the hunt. "Isela, what exactly are we up against?" Tomas asked, trying to gather his thoughts. "I mean, you've been through this before, right? You've escaped. What can we do to stop them?" Isela's expression softened, but there was no comfort in her words. "There's no stopping them," she said quietly. "The cult's power comes from the red moon. The demon they worship can't be killed. It can only be contained. That's what they've been trying to do for centuries. Bind the demon to this world through the blood of the sacrificed. The more blood they spill, the stronger the demon grows. The longer it stays, the more of the village it consumes." Tomas's stomach churned at the thought. He had no idea what kind of demon they were dealing with, but he could feel its presence. A cold and ancient force that had been waiting, feeding, growing stronger. He couldn't let that thing into the world, not if he had any say in it. As they moved deeper into the forest, the air grew thick with fog. The trees seemed to close in on them, their gnarled branches casting strange shadows on the ground. The path was narrow, twisting, and unfamiliar, but Isela moved with the confidence of someone who had spent years hiding from the very people who now hunted them. Tomas struggled to keep up, the damp earth beneath his boots making every step a little harder. Then, in the distance, a faint sound reached their ears. It was a low hum, almost like chanting, but it wasn't a prayer. It was something darker, something sinister. Tomas stopped dead in his tracks, his heart racing. "They're here," Isela whispered, her voice barely audible over the rising wind. The sound grew louder, more urgent. It wasn't just one voice anymore, it was many. The villagers were closing in on them. The hunt had begun in earnest. Tomas's eyes darted around, looking for an escape, but the forest was dense, the trees pressing in on all sides. The chanting was everywhere now, a cacophony of voices that seemed to come from the very earth itself. The cultists had followed them into the woods, and they were closing in fast. Without a word, Isela grabbed his arm, pulling him forward. "Keep moving. Don't stop." They ran, their footsteps muffled by the thick underbrush, their breath coming in ragged gasps. The chanting was growing louder, faster, but they had no time to look back. They couldn't afford to stop, not even for a moment. The cult was getting closer, and the red moon was just rising above the horizon. Chapter 6. The Awakening of the Beasts. The forest seemed alive with every sound. The leaves rustled, the branches groaned, and the wind carried with it the faint scent of blood, sharp and bitter. Tomas could feel the weight of the red moon growing heavier with every step, as if the very air had thickened, become suffused with a dark energy. The ground beneath his boots seemed to pulse, as though the earth itself was beating in time with his heart. Every instinct screamed at him to run faster, but his legs were already starting to burn with exhaustion. Isela was a few steps ahead of him, her silhouette barely visible in the fog that had rolled in, thick as ink. Her pace never faltered, her eyes locked forward, focused on the path that led deeper into the wilderness. Tomas tried to keep up, but the distance between them seemed to grow with each passing moment. His breath was coming in shallow gasps, his chest heaving as the weight of their peril pressed down on him. Then, ahead of them, a low growl broke through the silence. Tomas froze, the hair on the back of his neck standing on end. It wasn't the growl of a wild animal, no, this was different. This sound was deeper, more guttural, as if the very air around them was trembling in fear. Another growl followed, then a shrill, screeching howl that sent a chill down his spine. "Isela, what was that?" Tomas whispered, his voice tight with terror. Isela didn't answer right away. She simply motioned for him to keep moving. "Don't look back," she said, her voice tight with urgency. "Whatever you do, don't stop." The growls grew louder, closer. Tomas could hear the sound of something moving through the trees, large, heavy, and unmistakably monstrous. He could feel the ground tremble beneath his feet, the unmistakable sign that something was hunting them, something that was not entirely human. He glanced over his shoulder, and in the dim light of the moon, he saw a pair of glowing eyes watching him from the darkness, too far to make out its shape, but close enough to send a surge of dread through his veins. "I thought the cult was hunting us," he managed to say, trying to swallow the lump in his throat. "What is that?" Isela's face was pale, her eyes wide with fear. "The curse of the red moon doesn't only awaken the cult, it awakens the beasts, the villagers who are marked by the blood. They transform, becoming something else, something savage. They are no longer human. They are the demon's chosen predators. And tonight, they are hunting us." Tomas's heart skipped a beat as the realization hit him. The cult didn't just sacrifice people. They had created these creatures, these beasts, driven by bloodlust and the will of the demon. They were coming for him now, not just to offer him as a sacrifice, but to tear him apart. Another growl cut through the air, followed by the unmistakable sound of claws scraping against bark. Tomas could hear the thing, whatever it was, moving closer, its footsteps heavy and deliberate. His pulse raced. He had never been more terrified in his life. The forest, which had seemed like their salvation only moments ago, now felt like a prison, a labyrinth with no way out. "We need to split up," Isela said urgently. "It might throw them off. If they're chasing me, you'll have a better chance of making it to the sanctuary. Go now." "No, we're not splitting up," Tomas protested, grabbing her arm. "I'm not leaving you behind." She shook her head, her eyes filled with determination. "You have to. You're the only one they want. If I go, they'll follow me, but it'll buy you time. Don't argue, go." Before he could protest further, Isela shoved him toward the trees, urging him to run. His heart hammered in his chest as he took off, stumbling over the uneven ground, the sounds of the beast's growls echoing in his ears. He could hear Isela behind him, but she was growing distant, her presence swallowed by the thick fog. And then, the world seemed to explode. A monstrous roar shattered the night, followed by the sound of trees snapping and branches cracking. Tomas glanced back, just in time to see a massive shape bursting through the underbrush, a hulking figure, its eyes glowing a sickly red, its body twisted and deformed. It was no longer human. Its skin was mottled and stretched tight over its bones, and its mouth was filled with sharp, jagged teeth that gleamed in the moonlight. "Isela?" Tomas screamed, but his voice was swallowed by the roar of the beast. The creature lunged at her, its claws raking through the air as she barely dodged to the side. The beast let out another deafening screech, more guttural than the first, and turned its focus on her again. Tomas felt an overwhelming surge of helplessness and fury, but there was nothing he could do. The beast was too fast, too strong, and Isela had given her life to buy him time. With a shout of desperation, he turned and sprinted deeper into the forest, his legs burning, his lungs screaming for air. He had to keep going. He couldn't afford to look back. The sanctuary was just ahead, he could feel it, the path growing more distinct beneath his feet. He could hear the beast tearing through the forest behind him, but he refused to stop, not even for a second. Then, ahead of him, the path began to fork. One direction led further into the darkness, where the trees grew denser, their roots tangled and twisted. The other path opened up to a small clearing, and in the distance, he saw the faint outline of a stone structure half buried in the earth. It had to be the sanctuary, the place Isela had spoken of, the place that could save him. But as he neared the clearing, a shadow moved in the corner of his eye. Another beast, and then another. The cult had sent its hounds, the demonic creatures that had once been human, to finish the job. The night was alive with snarls and growls as the beasts closed in on him from all sides. Tomas's breath came in ragged gasps as he reached the clearing, but the stone structure seemed to grow further away, the distance stretching impossibly. He was trapped, surrounded by monsters, with no way out. And then, just as all seemed lost, he saw a figure, silhouetted against the moonlight, standing at the entrance to the stone sanctuary. Chapter 7. The desperate escape. Tomas's heart raced as he stumbled into the clearing, his legs burning with exhaustion, his breath ragged from the relentless pursuit. The beasts were close now, their snarls and guttural roars growing louder, echoing through the dense forest. He didn't know if he had the strength to go on, but something instinct, desperation, or pure survival forced him forward. His eyes locked on the stone structure ahead, and despite the terror flooding his veins, he could see the faint outline of an archway, a flicker of hope in the form of shelter. The beasts were not far behind. Tomas could hear their heavy footsteps thundering through the underbrush, the sound of their claws scraping against the earth, sharp and predatory. He barely registered the cold chill creeping up his spine as he made a desperate dash for the entrance. His fingers grazed the cold stone as he stumbled toward the sanctuary's doorway, but just before he could make it inside, a shadow leapt toward him, a monstrous shape with glowing eyes. With a grunt of effort, he threw himself into the sanctuary, the stone floor scraping his knees as he collapsed just inside the entrance. The air inside was thick, ancient with the scent of moss and decay. He barely had time to gather his bearings before he heard the monstrous growl from behind him, the sound reverberating off the stone walls. He turned, heart pounding, to see the beast standing just outside, its slavering jaws snapping as it clawed at the stone door. It was too large to follow him inside, but its eyes, hungry, malevolent, burned into him, as though daring him to step back into its reach. For a moment, the sanctuary seemed like a safe haven, but that sense of security was fleeting. As Tomas shakily rose to his feet, the stone structure seemed to pulse with a strange energy, a deep, resonant hum that seemed to reverberate in the pit of his stomach. He looked around, taking in the ancient walls, the crumbling pillars, and the symbols etched into the stone, familiar and yet disorienting. They were runes, much like the ones he had seen in the cellar, but here they were alive, etched in a way that made the very air seem charged. His mind raced, trying to understand what Isela had told him. This was the place, the sanctuary, but for what? Was it truly a refuge? Or was it merely another trap? He couldn't shake the feeling that something ancient and terrible was waking up inside these walls. The red moon's influence, its insidious pull, seemed stronger here. It thrummed through the stones, like a heartbeat just beneath the surface, and the deeper he felt the power of the place, the more the air around him thickened, until he could barely breathe. The growl from outside grew more desperate, the beast clawing at the stone, its frustration palpable. Then, another sound reached his ears, a soft, whispering chant that seemed to echo from deep within the sanctuary itself. Tomas stiffened. The voice was low, unintelligible, but the language was unmistakably old, too old, perhaps for him to comprehend. But he understood one thing. The cult had been here before, and their presence was embedded in the very fabric of this place. Tomas took a cautious step forward, his eyes scanning the interior for any sign of movement. The stone walls seemed to shimmer with a faint glow, as if the sanctuary itself was alive, breathing. As he moved deeper, the air grew heavier, and the whispering voices grew louder, their tone now more insistent. He stopped dead in his tracks when he saw the altar. It stood at the far end of the sanctuary, bathed in an eerie, otherworldly light. The altar was stone, cracked and worn with age, but its surface was covered in strange, dark stains that could only be blood. Tomas's stomach lurched, as he recognized the pattern of the marking's sacrificial runes. This was not a place of refuge. This was a place of power. A power tied to the demon that the cult had been feeding for centuries. A sound behind him made him turn just as the first beast's claws raked the stone doorway again. It was growing desperate, but what caught his attention wasn't the beast. It was something moving in the shadows, figures emerging from the depths of the sanctuary, their outlines barely visible, their forms too still, too silent. Tomas froze. The figures were cloaked in tattered robes, their faces hidden in the folds of shadow. They moved slowly, deliberately, but with a purpose, their eyes glowing faintly with an unnatural light. The cultists. They had found him. Tomas! A voice croaked from the shadows. It was a whisper, hoarse, as if it came from the depths of the earth. The figure stepped closer, revealing an old man, his face gaunt, his eyes sunken and bloodshot. He had the look of someone who had been touched by something dark, something unholy. "You've come, just as we foresaw." Tomas's heart dropped. "You were expecting me?" The old man nodded slowly, a twisted smile spreading across his lips. "For centuries, we have waited. The red moon marks your arrival. You are the sacrifice, the key to the demon's return. You cannot escape your fate, Tomas." The realization struck him like a physical blow. There was no escape. The red moon was not just a celestial event, it was the culmination of a ritual, an ancient cycle of sacrifice and rebirth. The sanctuary wasn't a refuge. It was a tomb. The cultists gathered around him, their eyes glowing brighter now, their chants filling the air, growing louder and more frantic. The energy in the room shifted, and Tomas could feel it, a pull deep in his chest, as though the sanctuary itself was hungry. He staggered back, his mind racing for an answer, for a way out. But every step he took was swallowed by the darkness closing in around him. The beasts outside were relentless, their claws scraping against the stone, their howls like knives in the night. But the cultists didn't move. They didn't need to. Their power was in the air itself, in the ritual they were about to complete. In a sudden burst of clarity, Tomas understood the full horror of the situation. He wasn't just the prey, he was the vessel. The red moon's light was already beginning to shine through the cracks in the stone, a sickly red glow that bathed the sanctuary in an eerie, unnatural light. The demon was waking. "Get away from me!" Tomas shouted, but his voice trembled with fear. "You can't." But it was too late. The cultists raised their hands, their eyes locked on him as the chanting reached a fever pitch. The ground beneath his feet began to tremble, and in that moment, Tomas realized that he wasn't just running from the cult anymore. He was running from something far worse. Chapter 8. The ancestral pact. Tomas's breath came in ragged gasps as he stood frozen at the center of the sanctuary, the air thick with the power of the cult's incantations. The red glow from the cracks in the stone grew stronger, casting twisted shadows across the walls. His eyes darted around the room, searching desperately for any escape, but the cultists' eyes were locked on him, their faces twisted with anticipation. They were closing in, their hands raised as they continued their chant. The demon was almost awake, its presence pressing against the fabric of reality, hungry and eager. But it wasn't the chant or the looming threat of the beast outside that made Tomas's heart stop. It was the voice that suddenly whispered in his ear, soft and insistent. A voice he recognized, though he had never heard it before. It was familiar, ancient, like a long-forgotten memory that had been buried deep within him. "Tomas," the voice called, and it seemed to come from everywhere. "You know me. You've always known me." His body went cold, his legs threatening to buckle beneath him. He tried to move, to speak, but his mouth was dry, his throat constricted, as if something invisible was choking him. The cultists continued their chant, but the voice persisted, growing clearer with each passing second. "The blood you carry runs deep," it whispered. "It is my blood, the blood of your ancestors. Your family was always meant for this." Tomas staggered back, his heart pounding in his chest. What was happening? He had never heard this voice before, yet somehow it felt like a part of him, like it had always been there, buried in his mind. He gritted his teeth, trying to push it away, but it only grew louder. "You were never meant to escape," the voice continued. "The pact was made long ago, and you are the final piece. Your blood will feed the demon's return. Your soul is already mine." The cultists' chanting reached a crescendo, their eyes glowing with an unholy light. The ground beneath Tomas's feet vibrated, the walls trembling, as if something enormous was about to break free. He felt a pull deep inside him, like something was tugging at his very essence, threatening to consume him. He looked around, desperate for something to cling to, and then, as if his mind had been pried open, the memories began to flood in, his family, his ancestors. The stories his grandmother used to tell him when he was a child. They were never just stories, they were warnings. Warnings he hadn't understood until now. The old house on the outskirts of the village, the strange symbols on the walls, the cryptic family heirlooms passed down from generation to generation. They weren't just relics. They were keys, pieces of the puzzle that had been carefully constructed over centuries. A horrible realization struck him like a lightning bolt. His family had made a pact with the cult long ago. It was a pact of blood, a pact to ensure that the demon would be released into the world every 100 years, a pact that had been passed down through his bloodline, from father to son, from mother to daughter. He was not just the victim of the cult, he was the fulfillment of their prophecy. "No," Tomas whispered, his voice trembling. "No, this can't be." But the voice inside him laughed, cold and cruel. "It is your birthright, Tomas. You cannot escape what you are. You cannot escape me." As the cultist chant reached its peak, the walls of the sanctuary seemed to pulse with life, the stone itself groaning as if the building itself were awakening. Tomas felt the oppressive weight of the demon's presence, as though the very air around him was thick with hunger. It was close, so close. A figure emerged from the shadows at the far end of the sanctuary, a figure that made Tomas's blood run cold. It was an older man, draped in tattered robes, his face obscured by a hood. But when he stepped into the light, Tomas saw his eyes dark, like the abyss, filled with a power that seemed to reach deep into his soul. The old man raised his hands, and the chanting ceased. The room fell into an eerie silence, the air thick with anticipation. The demon was waiting. "Tomas," the old man said, his voice raspy, as if he had not spoken in centuries. "You are the final piece, the sacrifice, the one who will seal the demon's return. Your bloodline has led to this moment." Tomas could barely breathe. He wanted to scream, to fight, to run, but his body refused to obey. The voice within him had taken root, and it was clear now his destiny had been decided long before he had ever set foot in this cursed village. He was part of something older than himself, something much darker. The old man took a step forward, his eyes boring into Tomas's soul. "You can resist, but you cannot fight the pact. The blood that courses through your veins is already claimed. It has always been claimed." Tomas' mind reeled. He wasn't just a victim of fate, he was part of the cult's plan. His family's blood had been tainted by this darkness for generations. His own existence was the fulfillment of a terrible promise, one that had been made long before his birth. The demon was not just a monster, it was a force tied to his own blood, a power that had been waiting to break free. As the realization sank in, a deep, guttural sound rumbled from the altar, and the air grew thick with power. The demon's essence, that which had been slumbering beneath the earth, began to stir. The cultists stepped back, their faces full of reverence, as the altar's surface began to crack, revealing something dark and ancient moving beneath it. Tomas felt his body seize up, as if invisible chains were tightening around him, pulling him toward the altar. His legs moved of their own accord, dragging him toward the stone slab where the demon would be unleashed. His blood, his very soul, was the key. "No!" he gasped, fighting against the force that was taking control of him. "I won't let you." But the voice inside him roared in response, and for a moment Tomas felt something ancient and powerful rise within him, something that demanded obedience. His mind screamed, but his body moved on its own, and the final step into the altar was inevitable. Chapter 9. The Battle Against the Darkness. The altar loomed before him, the stone surface now cracked and glowing with a malevolent energy that made the air feel thick with oppression. Tomas could feel the power building, swelling like a storm that would soon break, sweeping him away in its wake. His body trembled with the pull of it, the blood in his veins thrumming in response to the demon's growing presence. The voice in his mind was louder now, clearer, and it was undeniable. The demon was stirring, its power rising from the depths, and it was ready to claim him. "You cannot fight what is yours," the voice whispered again, more insistent, more commanding. "You were born for this, Tomas. Your blood is mine. You are my vessel." His legs were moving on their own, the invisible chains that bound him tightening with each step he took toward the altar. His heart pounded in his chest, a frantic rhythm that matched the growing roar of the demon's awakening. His hands clenched into fists, but his fingers refused to obey, instead reaching for the altar, as though his body had already given itself to the darkness. But deep inside him, a flicker of resistance still burned, a small, fragile ember of will that refused to be consumed. For the briefest moment, Tomas fought against it, against the suffocating grip of the demon. He thought of Isela, of the way she had fought so desperately to protect him, to give him the chance to escape. Her sacrifice had been for nothing if he gave in now. If he allowed the demon to rise, if he let the cult's centuries-old plan come to fruition, her death would have been in vain. With a burst of effort, Tomas broke free from the pull. His body lurched backward, and for the first time since he had set foot in the sanctuary, he regained control. He gasped, his chest heaving with the effort, but the battle was far from over. The demon's voice roared in his mind, filling every corner of his thoughts, demanding compliance, threatening annihilation. "Fight me and you will die," the voice growled, its tone dark and hungry. "There is no escape, Tomas. There is no hope." But Tomas clenched his jaw, the fire of his defiance rising. "I don't care," he whispered to himself, barely able to hear his own voice above the cacophony of darkness. "I will not let you take me." He stumbled backward, his mind reeling as the demon's presence grew stronger, clawing at the edges of his thoughts. The cultists remained still, their eyes closed, their hands raised in reverence. They were mere puppets of the darkness, mindlessly performing their role in the ritual, unaware of the battle that was unfolding within him. Suddenly, a burst of energy shot through the room, and the stone floor beneath him cracked wide open. The air grew thick with a rancid, sulfurous stench, and from the depths of the cracks, a shadowy form began to emerge, a mass of tendrils and shifting darkness that coalesced into something monstrous. The demon's essence was rising, and Tomas could feel it, could see it, as if the very fabric of reality was being torn apart to make room for it. "Your resistance is futile," the demon's voice boomed, now outside of him, filling the air like thunder. The ground trembled as the tendrils reached out, curling and twisting toward him with a hunger that was almost palpable. "You are mine, Tomas. You have always been mine." Tomas's body was burning with the strain of resisting, but he pushed back, taking another step, forcing his legs to move despite the overwhelming pull. The cold stone altar was now bathed in a dark, pulsing light, and as he moved away from it, a strange energy surged through his veins, a final spark of defiance. There was something in the air now, something different, an energy that wasn't from the demon or the cult. It was ancient, primal, like a forgotten power buried deep within the sanctuary itself. Tomas could feel it, the same way he had felt the voice in his head, like a whisper that had always been there, waiting for him to awaken it. It was then that he remembered. His family had always known this power, had always kept it hidden, buried under layers of history and forgotten rituals. His ancestors hadn't just made a pact with the cult. They had also made a bargain with something older, something more powerful. A power that could fight the demon, something that had been passed down through the bloodline, though no one had spoken of it in generations. With a desperate cry, Tomas reached inside himself, searching for that forgotten power. The demon's tendrils reached for him, but they were no longer the only force in the room. He felt the energy surge through him, filling him with a strength he didn't know he had. The tendrils faltered, hesitated, as if confused by the sudden shift in the air. Tomas felt it, a flicker of light, a spark of pure, untainted energy. "No!" the demon howled, its voice now filled with rage and fear. "You cannot." But Tomas wasn't listening. With every ounce of his will, he forced the energy out of him, a burst of light that flared so brightly the entire sanctuary seemed to shake. The cultists screamed in unison as the light collided with the dark mass of the demon, pushing it back, breaking the grip the darkness had on him. For a moment, the world stood still. The light was blinding, a pure force of defiance against the suffocating darkness. Tomas could hear the sound of the demon's form disintegrating, its horrible roars echoing as its body cracked and burned under the pressure of the energy. But it wasn't enough. The demon was powerful, ancient, and though Tomas had weakened it, the darkness had not been fully vanquished. He was still in its grasp, still standing at the threshold between life and death, and the cultists were regaining their footing. They would not stop until he was their sacrifice, their final offering to the demon. Tomas's body was trembling from the effort, and his mind was clouded with exhaustion. But he couldn't stop now. He had come too far. The battle wasn't over yet. The demon might have been pushed back, but it was still there, still waiting to break free. He gritted his teeth and forced himself to his feet, his hands shaking as he raised them in front of him, ready to fight for his life, his soul. The sanctuary was still pulsing with dark energy, but now Tomas could feel the light inside him pushing back. He wasn't just the key to the demon's return. He was the key to its undoing, and he would do whatever it took to destroy it, even if it meant facing the ultimate sacrifice. Chapter 10. The End of the Red Moon. The sanctuary was alive with chaos, the once still air now thick with swirling, oppressive energy. The light Tomas had summoned flickering, fragile struggled against the dark mass that loomed before him. The demon's essence, disfigured and angry, twisted in the air like an eldritch serpent, its form constantly shifting, still hungry for release. Yet, even in its rage, it faltered, recoiling from the light that had briefly pierced its grip on Tomas's soul. But the demon was not yet defeated, and the red moon, hanging like a bloody omen in the sky, cast its dreadful glow across the sanctuary. Time was running out. Tomas could feel it. The full force of the curse was closing in on him, tightening around his chest like a vice. The cultists had begun to stir again, rising to their feet like puppets drawn to strings. Their faces, once serene and blissfully ignorant of the true nature of their role, now twisted with unholy fervor. They were no longer just followers, they were the enforcers of the ritual, the keepers of the Red Moon's promise. And with every second that passed, their power grew stronger, the air around them thick with dark intent. Tomas could hear their whispers, their chants, rising like an incantation meant to drown him in darkness. The demon's influence flowed through them, and they moved with a mindless, single purpose: to bind him to the altar and finish what had been started long before his birth. Tomas took a step back, his breath shallow and quick, his mind racing. He had come too far to let this be the end. Too many had died already, Isela, the villagers, the innocent lives lost in the wake of the cult's madness. And now, he stood on the precipice, a single step away from being the final piece in a centuries-old pact. His hands were trembling from exhaustion, the light inside him flickering, but his resolve was stronger than ever. He had to end this. He couldn't let the red moon complete its curse. The ground beneath him rumbled again, the stone floor cracking wider as the demon began to push through. The power was almost too much for him to bear. Every breath felt like an eternity, every heartbeat an agony. The weight of the red moon's presence pressed against him like an unbearable burden. But in that moment, he remembered the words his grandmother had once whispered to him in the dim light of their home. The blood of our ancestors may be cursed, but it is also the key to undoing it. Never forget, Tomas, that you are not just the sacrifice. You are the end of the curse itself. Those words were his salvation. They were the key to breaking the cycle. He had thought they were a mere family legend, a bedtime story meant to comfort him in his youth. But now he understood. He was not just bound by the pact, he was its undoing. The bloodline that had cursed his family was also the bloodline that could destroy the demon and the cult once and for all. The red moon was not just a symbol of terror. It was the very seal that held the darkness in check, waiting for a single soul to break it. Tomas closed his eyes and reached deep within, searching for that spark of power, the light that had fought back the demon before. It was still there, flickering, a beacon in the abyss. He pulled on it with every ounce of his will, feeling it surge through him like a tidal wave of energy. The air crackled as the power built within him, growing stronger with every passing moment. It wasn't just a light anymore. It was the embodiment of everything his family had fought for, everything they had tried to hide for generations. He raised his arms, the light exploding outward in a brilliant flash that filled the sanctuary. The cultists recoiled, their hands covering their faces as if the light burned them. Their chanting faltered, the power of the red moon waning against the onslaught of Tomas's defiance. For a moment, the demon howled in fury, its tendrils lashing out, but they faltered, the darkness itself recoiling from the light. "You cannot stop me, Tomas," the demon's voice boomed, but it was weaker now, as if it no longer had the strength to control him. "Your blood, your soul, they belong to me." Tomas's heart pounded in his chest as he gathered the energy, pulling the light into a concentrated force. He could feel the demon's resistance, its thrashing as it fought to break free, but it was slipping. The cultists, what was left of them, were now nothing more than vessels, empty shells filled with the last remnants of the curse. They were powerless against him now. His family's power, the bloodline that had sealed the demon away for centuries, was stronger than any pact. And with that strength, he would undo it all. "No," Tomas whispered, his voice steady despite the chaos around him. "You do not control me. This ends now." With a final cry, he thrust his hands toward the demon, channeling all the light within him. The air exploded with energy, a blinding force that seemed to tear through the sanctuary. The very walls trembled, shaking as if the earth itself was rejecting the evil that had taken root. The demon's form writhed and twisted, its shadowy tendrils dissolving into the light, its roars fading into silence. The ground beneath Tomas's feet cracked open, and for a split second, it felt as if the world itself was collapsing. He could feel the demon's presence, its malevolent energy trying to pull him down into the darkness. But this time, he fought back with everything he had. The power within him surged once more, bright and pure, and the red moon's curse shattered like glass, its influence crumbling to dust. For a moment, the sanctuary was still, the only sound the heavy breathing of Tomas as he stood, eyes closed, his body trembling with the force of the struggle. The air was thick with the aftermath of the battle. Darkness had receded, but it wasn't gone. Not yet. There was still the faintest trace of it lingering in the air, like a smoldering ember that threatened to reignite. Tomas opened his eyes, and for the first time since he had arrived in the village, he felt free. The red moon was no longer casting its terrible glow, and the cultists, once so mindlessly devoted, lay motionless on the floor. They were no longer a threat. The demon was gone, its power broken, its dark influence shattered. The cycle had ended, but even as he stood victorious, a heavy sadness settled in his heart. Isela had died for this moment. Countless others had fallen to the cult's machinations. The cost of his survival was too great to bear. He looked up toward the sky, now clear of the red moon's cursed light, and silently vowed to honor those who had been lost in the battle. The demon had been banished, but Tomas knew the world would never be the same, and neither would he. The Labyrinth of Souls. Chapter 1. The invitation to the game. It was a Tuesday evening when the envelopes arrived. Not a single soul expected them, and no one could have foreseen what their presence would stir. They came in silence, one for each of the 7 strangers, nestled in their mailboxes or slipped under their doors. They were plain, unmarked, and sealed with a deep crimson wax, the imprint of which was a symbol none of them recognized. For most, the envelope seemed like a mistake, something to ignore. But the weight of the seal, the strange chill in the air when they touched it, made it hard to dismiss. Inside the envelope, there was no return address, only a single sheet of thick ivory paper. The words were written in black ink, neat and cold, but there was something odd about the script. It almost seemed to pulse on the page, as if alive, shifting ever so slightly as though it had a mind of its own. The text was brief, the message unnervingly simple. You have been chosen. The game begins in 3 days. Prepare yourself for the truth. The prize is your life. At first, the words made no sense. They read them over and over, as if the sentences were puzzles, meant to be deciphered. But nothing more came. No explanation, no context, just the invitation. It wasn't even signed. There was only a date, a time, and a location. The Mansion of Shadows, midnight, 3 nights from now. For the first few hours, disbelief reigned. The recipients laughed it off as a prank, something too bizarre to be taken seriously. After all, who would send something like this? Who would dare? But as the hours passed, doubt began to creep in, a creeping sensation that gnawed at their insides. What if it wasn't a joke? What if, in some twisted way, they were being chosen for something? The invitation had a strange hold over them. None of them could ignore it, despite their best efforts. That night, sleep was elusive. The words from the letter repeated endlessly in their minds, mocking them with their ambiguity. What truth? What game? And why were they chosen? By the morning of the third day, a strange compulsion overtook them. One by one, they made their decisions. They couldn't explain why. There was no logical reason for accepting the invitation. Some of them tried to resist, thinking of the possible dangers, but they found themselves at the edge of a precipice, and something inside them urged them to take the step. The desire to understand, to know what the truth was, became irresistible. The group gathered at the designated meeting point, the edge of a dark forest, where a single road led toward a sprawling, ancient mansion. The sky above was overcast, the air thick with an oppressive humidity that hinted at a coming storm. And in the distance, barely visible through the gloom, stood the mansion. It was vast, its silhouette jagged and foreboding, a structure that seemed to defy the laws of nature. It had stood there for centuries, hidden from maps, forgotten by time. Some of them recognized it from old, half-remembered stories, whispers about cursed places that vanished into the night. The moment they arrived, the first wave of unease struck them. The house stood too still, as if waiting for them to approach. The gates creaked open of their own accord when they touched them, as though the mansion had been expecting their arrival. No one spoke as they crossed the threshold. The air grew colder, the trees around them seemingly shifting in the windless night, as though the entire world had bent its will to this moment. The path ahead seemed to stretch endlessly, twisting in unnatural angles. Before them, the mansion seemed alive, its windows glowing faintly as if watching their every move. As they stepped inside, the doors slammed shut behind them, sealing them into the mansion and their fate. And there, etched into the marble of the grand entrance hall, was the same strange symbol that marked the invitation. The game had begun. Chapter 2. The entrance to the maze. The door slammed shut behind them, with a finality that echoed through the hollow mansion. It felt as though the walls themselves had exhaled, trapping them inside. For a moment, no one spoke. The heavy silence was broken only by the distant creak of the mansion settling, an unsettling noise that seemed to vibrate in their bones. They stood in the vast foyer, its marble floors polished to a mirror-like sheen. The air was thick, tinged with an unnatural chill, and the dim light from an overhead chandelier cast long, twisted shadows across the walls. Before them, a grand staircase led to a second floor, but the group's attention was immediately drawn to the farthest wall, where an immense pair of doors loomed. They were carved with intricate symbols, strange and indecipherable, swirling in patterns that seemed to move as they gazed at them. Above the doors, an inscription was etched in the same unsettling ink that had been on the invitation. "Enter if you dare. Only the brave may leave." A low murmur spread through the group. Some of them wanted to turn back, to leave, but the doors remained open. It was as if the mansion had no intention of letting them retreat. The very air seemed to push them forward. One of the men, a tall and gaunt figure named Marcus, moved first. His hands trembled as he reached for the doorframe, but he did not hesitate. Something had taken root in his mind, a compulsion that he couldn't explain. The others followed suit, walking in silence through the threshold and into the unknown. The room beyond was nothing like the foyer. It was vast, cavernous, and claustrophobic all at once. The walls seemed to close in as they entered, narrowing as though the mansion itself was shifting, realigning. A low hum filled the air, resonating in their chests, vibrating in their teeth. The ground beneath them was uneven, cracked tiles stretching out in every direction. The ceiling above was impossibly high, a jagged expanse that seemed to stretch forever into darkness. But what truly unsettled them was what lay before them. A labyrinth, not a simple maze, but a sprawling, living structure. The walls were made of cold stone, each one etched with symbols that pulsed faintly in the dim light. The pathways twisted, spiraling in every direction, and no two corridors looked the same. Some turned sharply, while others led to dead ends. And all of it was suffused with an unnatural darkness, as though the walls themselves absorbed the light. Marcus took a hesitant step forward, his heart racing. He could feel the eyes of the others on him. Everyone was waiting for someone to take the lead, but no one spoke. It was as if the mansion itself had sealed their tongues. They all knew instinctively that they had to keep moving. To stop would be to surrender. "Where do we go?" whispered Lydia, her voice barely audible. She was shaking, her hands clasped tightly together. Her eyes darted from one passage to the next, but nothing stood out. Every corridor seemed the same, endless and uninviting. A heavy silence followed her question, and it was then that they noticed the whispers, soft, like a breeze rustling through dry leaves. At first they thought it was just the wind, the house groaning under its own weight. But soon the whispers grew clearer, and they realized they were coming from the labyrinth itself. The words were unintelligible, fragmented. They seemed to beckon, to guide, to mislead. Each of them heard different voices, calling their names, urging them to follow a path. As the whispers grew louder, an overwhelming sense of dread filled the group. They were not alone in the labyrinth. Something or someone was watching them. A presence loomed just out of sight, too close to ignore. Marcus took another step, and the others, though hesitant, followed. The walls around them seemed to shift in response to their movement, narrowing and expanding in ways that defied logic. With each turn, they realized they were no longer sure which way led to the exit, if such a thing even existed. Hours seemed to pass as they navigated the maze, the air growing heavier with each step. Their footsteps echoed against the walls, and the strange whispers continued to swirl around them, sometimes close, sometimes far away. There was no telling if they were getting closer to the center of the maze or simply spinning in circles. But as they moved deeper, an unsettling thought settled in their minds. The maze wasn't just a test of navigation, it was a test of endurance. The deeper they went, the more it fed on them, on their fear, their uncertainty, their growing desperation. It was then that they heard a soft, distant noise that cut through the maze's labyrinthine quiet. A door creaked open somewhere far ahead, followed by the unmistakable sound of footsteps. Someone or something was coming. And whatever it was not human. Chapter 3. The first trap. They kept moving, their footsteps echoing against the cold stone floors, their breath coming in shallow gasps. The whispers had become louder, more insistent, urging them onward, though none of them felt any safer. It was as if the walls themselves were alive, shifting with their every movement. They had long since lost track of time, but it felt like hours had passed since they first entered the labyrinth. The maze had stopped feeling like a simple structure. It was more like a living entity, aware of their every thought, their every hesitation. The air grew heavier, the temperature dropping with each turn. Marcus felt his skin begin to tingle with the chill, his body on edge, as if the very atmosphere was laced with something sinister. His mind raced with thoughts of escape, but there was no way to tell which direction they had come from or where they were going. Each turn seemed identical to the last. It was Lydia who noticed it first. She stopped in her tracks, her hand reaching out to grip Marcus's arm, her eyes wide with fear. "Do you hear that?" she asked, her voice trembling. Marcus turned to look at her, his expression hardening. At first, he didn't hear anything, just the usual hum of the mansion. But then, like a soft whisper against his ear, he caught it. A low, eerie sound, barely perceptible but unmistakable. It came from deeper within the maze, from behind one of the corners ahead of them. "Stay close," Marcus ordered, his voice steady despite the growing tension. The group, though uncertain, pressed forward, their hearts pounding as the noise grew louder. It wasn't a whisper now, it was something else. A rhythmic sound, like the ticking of a clock, slow and deliberate, echoing from somewhere in the depths of the labyrinth. They turned a corner, and what they saw stopped them dead in their tracks. Before them was a large, circular chamber, its stone walls etched with strange, glowing symbols. In the center of the room stood an ornate pedestal, black as night, upon which rested an object wrapped in tattered cloth. The ticking sound, now deafening, seemed to emanate from the pedestal itself. "I don't like this," whispered Lydia, her voice barely audible. Her instincts screamed at her to turn and run, but something held her in place. It was as if the room itself had drawn them in. Marcus took a cautious step forward, his hand raised to signal the others to stay back. The others followed suit, though their faces were a mixture of fear and fascination. As Marcus approached the pedestal, the ticking sound grew faster, more frantic. Sweat beaded on his brow, but his curiosity pushed him forward. He couldn't explain why, but something about the object seemed familiar, almost beckoning him. He reached out and gently pulled the cloth from the object. It was a small, ornate clock, its face cracked, its hands frozen at 12 o'clock. But there was something else about it. The hands, though still, were stained with something dark, something that shimmered red in the dim light. Suddenly, a loud click echoed throughout the chamber. The ground beneath their feet trembled, and the walls shifted, closing in. The door they had entered through slammed shut, and the room was plunged into darkness. The only light came from the symbols etched into the stone, glowing with a sickly, greenish hue. Panic spread through the group. They rushed to the walls, desperately trying to find another exit, but the stone seemed to shift and change with each movement. The walls were alive, closing in around them, and the air grew thick with the scent of decay. The ticking, once faint, was now deafening, pounding in their heads like a relentless drum. A sharp, cold voice broke through the madness. "You should not have touched it." The voice was not human. It was distant, like an echo of something ancient and forgotten. It seemed to come from everywhere and nowhere. The group froze, the hair on the back of their necks standing on end. A shadow emerged from the corner of the room, its form indistinct, shifting like smoke. It slithered along the floor, its movements almost hypnotic. The shadow coalesced into a figure tall, thin, and draped in tattered robes. Its face was hidden beneath a hood, but its eyes gleamed with an unnatural light. "You've triggered the first test," the figure intoned, its voice cold and unfeeling. "You must choose, and choose wisely. One of you will be marked. The rest will suffer." The figure raised a hand, and the pedestal before them shifted, revealing a hidden compartment. Inside was a collection of small, intricate figurines, each one representing a different creature, some human, some monstrous. "Pick one," the figure said. "One must be taken. The rest will remain." The group stood frozen, staring at the figurines. The choice was theirs, but no one dared to move. The air felt thick with dread, each person aware that whatever decision they made would have consequences far beyond their understanding. Lydia's voice broke the silence. "What happens if we don't choose?" The figure's lips curled into a smile that was more a grimace. "Then the game will claim you all." Chapter 4. Echoes of the Past. The room remained still, but the tension was palpable as the shadowed figure loomed before them. Its chilling words lingered in the air. The clock on the pedestal ticked louder now, the sound almost deafening. No one dared to make a move. Fear had rooted them in place, each person paralyzed by the invisible weight of the choice that had been laid before them. The figurines, each so intricate in design, seemed to shimmer under the eerie glow of the walls. The shadowed figure's eyes burned with a cold, distant fire. Its smile, if it could even be called, that seemed to widen in anticipation, as if it reveled in the torment it had set in motion. But no one reached for the figurines. Instead, the group remained silent, lost in their own thoughts. The heavy air felt as though it was pressing down on them, suffocating them, urging them to make a decision. Then, as if the silence itself had a mind of its own, the whispering began. It started low, almost inaudible, but soon grew louder. It was faint at first, too soft to be understood, but then they began to hear words in the murmur, voices long buried but unmistakable. "You have to choose," a voice whispered, barely a breath. It was a man's voice, rough and strained. "If you don't, the maze will claim you, just like it did me." The voice faded into a low groan, leaving behind an oppressive silence. A chill ran through the group. The voice had not come from anyone in their group, nor from the shadowy figure. It had come from somewhere deeper within the labyrinth, as though the walls themselves were speaking. Lydia shuddered, stepping back, her breath catching in her throat. Who said that?" Before anyone could respond, another voice, this time a woman's, broke through. "Don't listen to them," the voice warned. "The game doesn't care about your choices. It only wants to see you break." The others looked around frantically, their eyes wide with panic. The maze was changing. It wasn't just the walls that were shifting anymore. It was something else, something darker, something alive. The walls closed in around them, and a distant rumble echoed through the chambers, as if the entire structure was groaning with hunger. "Don't listen!" Marcus snapped, his voice rising. "We have to keep moving. Don't let this thing, whatever it is, mess with your heads." But the voices continued, coming from every direction now, layering on top of each other, overlapping like a chorus of despair. They were faint at first, but grew clearer and more insistent as the seconds stretched on. The voices were like whispers in a nightmare, hauntingly familiar, pulling at their minds with the force of something that had been trapped for far too long. "Help us," one voice gasped, broken and desperate. "We couldn't escape. We never left." The group turned to each other, their faces filled with horror. They had heard this. They had heard these voices. They were not just echoes. They were the voices of those who had been trapped here before, the souls of those who had failed the game. They were warning them, or perhaps begging for them to help. "They're trapped," Lydia whispered, her eyes wide with disbelief. "They never left." "Stop it, Lydia," Marcus snapped, his jaw clenched. "We can't fall for this. It's just part of the game. It wants us to get lost in our fears. Don't listen to it." But the voices did not stop. They seemed to grow louder, more desperate, pulling at the edges of their sanity. "The maze, it's endless," a voice rasped. "You can't escape. None of us ever could." A sense of dread washed over them. The whispers were becoming unbearable now, pressing in from all sides, swirling in the air like an invisible storm. Their minds were beginning to unravel, the weight of the voices clouding their judgment. Each voice felt so real, so alive, and the more they heard, the more they realized that whatever it was that inhabited this place, it had a power over them, one that went beyond the walls. Marcus, breathing heavily, stepped forward, determined to push through. "We can't stop now. We have to get out of here." But as he moved, a loud crack echoed through the chamber, and the stone floor beneath his feet gave way. He stumbled, his heart racing as he fell into a pit that seemed to open from nowhere. A heavy thud echoed as he landed, the impact rattling his bones. His vision blurred for a moment, and when it cleared, he found himself in a new room, darker, colder, and more oppressive than the last. The others called out, but their voices were drowned by the overwhelming sound of the ticking clock and the faint whispering of the trapped souls. As Marcus rose, he could feel the presence of something else in the room, something ancient, something that had been waiting for him. A low laugh echoed through the chamber, familiar and distant. A man's laugh. The laugh of someone who had been here too long, trapped in the labyrinth for far too long. "Welcome to the true heart of the maze," the voice said, its tone mocking. "You've taken the first step, but you'll never take the last." Marcus clenched his fists, determination flooding his veins. They were not going to fall victim to this place. He wasn't going to join the ranks of the lost souls who had failed to escape. He turned back toward the others, ready to find a way out. But before he could make a move, the room around him shifted again. The walls seemed to pulse with energy, and an unnatural light illuminated the darkened corners. The labyrinth was not just a prison. It was a reflection of their deepest fears, their darkest memories, each room, each corner, a reminder of the souls who had come before them. Chapter 5. The Illusion of Freedom. The labyrinth had shifted again, its ever-changing walls now forming a new corridor that stretched forward like an open invitation. The group, still reeling from the whispers and the disembodied laughter, hesitated for a moment. The oppressive atmosphere weighed heavily on them, but there was something about this new path that felt different. It was almost welcoming. The air felt less stifling here, and the eerie hum that had echoed through the maze seemed to fade into a faint, calming silence. Lydia, her eyes wide with a mix of fear and hope, was the first to step forward. She looked back over her shoulder, her face etched with the strain of their journey, but she found nothing but a darkened corridor stretching behind them. "Maybe this is it," she murmured, her voice barely more than a breath. "Maybe this is the way out." Marcus, who had been silently scanning the hallway with suspicion, frowned. "We can't just assume that," he said, his tone firm but worn. He could feel it too, a strange tug at the edges of his mind. Something that felt too easy. They had been here before, or something like it. They had taken steps into an unfamiliar path that had once seemed to promise freedom, only to be swallowed by darkness again. But the others didn't listen. They were already moving, drawn by the promise of escape, the hope that perhaps this time the game would let them go. It was as if the labyrinth had found a crack in their resolve, a place where the creeping dread could not touch them, if only for a moment. The corridor was wider now, and the walls seemed to breathe softly, as though alive. The ground beneath their feet, once cold and harsh, had softened into plush carpeting. The harsh, sickly light from before had dimmed, replaced by a warm, golden glow that seeped from an unseen source. It felt normal. For a fleeting moment, the world around them felt like the reality they had left behind, the world outside the labyrinth. Lydia was the first to voice the thoughts that lingered in their minds. What if it's real? She asked, her voice hopeful. What if we're actually free? A sense of uncertainty lingered at the edges of their thoughts, but the promise of escape was too strong. They moved deeper into the hall, each step carrying them further from the nightmare that had held them captive for so long. The path seemed to stretch endlessly before them, each corner revealing more of the same: the warm glow, the soft carpet, the open space. But then, as they passed a large arched doorway, a cold gust of wind swept through the hall, extinguishing the light and plunging them into a deep, suffocating darkness. For a moment, the world seemed to stop. It was as if the walls had closed in on them, trapping them in an eternal moment of limbo. The warmth had vanished, leaving only an icy chill behind. A low, guttural sound echoed from the darkness ahead. It was not the whispering they had heard before. This was something else, something much darker, much more alive. It sounded like the scraping of stone against stone, the shifting of heavy, ancient doors. They had come too far. They had ventured too deep into the maze to believe in this false hope. "Keep moving," Marcus shouted, his voice rough with frustration. "Don't stop now. Don't let it pull you in." But the others hesitated. The illusion of freedom had taken root in their minds, and though they sensed something was wrong, they couldn't bring themselves to leave the corridor behind them. The quiet, the warmth, the illusion of safety, it was too tempting to ignore. Suddenly, Lydia's voice broke through the silence again. "This isn't real," she whispered. Her voice trembled, and her eyes were wide with terror. "We're not free. This isn't freedom." The others turned to her, confusion clouding their features. "What are you talking about?" asked one of the other participants, a man named Daniel, his voice thick with disbelief. Lydia shook her head, backing away slowly. "Look at the walls," she said, her voice shaking. "They don't move. They don't change." She reached out and touched the stone wall beside her, her fingers brushing against the smooth surface. It felt cold, unnaturally cold, and the surface seemed to ripple beneath her touch. The golden light flickered once, twice, then flickered out completely, leaving them in total darkness. For a moment, nothing happened. The walls, the floor, the very air itself felt wrong. They weren't in a safe place. They weren't in reality. A sudden, sharp pain shot through Marcus's head. He staggered back, clutching his temples as images flashed before his eyes. He saw the others, but not as they were now. He saw them as they had been when they first arrived, fresh, alive, with the promise of escape still lingering in their eyes. Then the images shifted again, and he saw them dead, their faces contorted in agony, their bodies twisted and broken. The labyrinth had already claimed them, each one marked by the curse of the game. "No!" he screamed, clutching at his skull. "We're trapped! All of us are trapped!" The walls around them began to pulse again, the golden light flickering like a dying ember. The labyrinth wasn't offering them freedom. It was offering them hope, just enough to make their fall into despair even deeper. They were caught in its grasp, their perceptions twisted, unable to trust what was real. Every corner, every turn was designed to break them, to strip them of everything they had once known, until they were nothing more than empty shells wandering a maze of lies. Lydia's voice was barely a whisper, but it rang out with the truth they all feared. "We never left, we're still here. The maze is watching us, it's feeding on us." Chapter 6. The Battle with the Spirits. The air grew colder as they moved deeper into the maze. Each breath they took seemed to freeze in their lungs, thick with the weight of despair. The walls closed in around them once more, narrowing their path until they felt as though they were walking through a dark tunnel with no end. The oppressive atmosphere was heavier now, and the whispers that had taunted them before had become more distinct. They were not just echoes, they were voices, full of anger and sorrow. The spirits of the labyrinth had awakened. It was Lydia who saw it first. At the end of the narrow hallway, where the light barely touched, a figure emerged from the shadows. At first, it was little more than a silhouette, a movement in the corner of her vision. But as it stepped forward, the full shape of the figure became clear, a man, tall and gaunt, with hollow eyes and a mouth twisted in a permanent scream. He was transparent, flickering like a fading candle, but his presence was chilling. His eyes locked onto hers, and she felt an icy hand clutch at her chest, stealing the breath from her lungs. "Run!" Lydia gasped, her voice breaking the stillness, but it was too late. As if summoned by her fear, the spirit let out a wailing scream that echoed through the walls, a sound that reverberated deep within their bones. The other spirits followed, more figures, more tortured souls rising from the shadows, their faces distorted in agony. They had been trapped here for eternity, cursed to wander the labyrinth, and now they were hungry for new victims. Marcus cursed under his breath. "Get back!" he shouted as the first spirit lunged at them. He didn't know what to do. He had no weapon, no way to fight back. But the instinct to survive pushed him forward, and he grabbed Lydia by the arm, pulling her away from the oncoming wraith. The others stumbled back, eyes wide in terror, but there was no room to retreat. The spirits were closing in on them from all sides, their hands reaching out like claws, their eyes burning with the fury of the damned. The labyrinth seemed to pulse with the energy of their torment, its walls pressing in tighter, suffocating them in the growing storm of fear. Daniel, the most pragmatic of the group, shouted, "We need to find a way out of here, now." His voice was almost drowned out by the wailing spirits, their screams mixing with the howling wind that seemed to rise from the depths of the maze. But no matter how fast they ran, no matter how many turns they made, the spirits followed, relentless in their pursuit. The first spirit was upon them before they could make it more than a few steps. Its bony fingers latched onto Marcus's arm, pulling him into the air with unnatural strength. For a moment, he felt as if his very soul was being ripped from his body, the cold of the spirit's touch seeping into his flesh like ice water. His vision blurred, and the walls of the labyrinth seemed to dissolve around him, replaced by flashes of horrifying memories of his past, of mistakes, of regrets. But then, as suddenly as it had begun, the spirit released him. Marcus crashed to the floor, gasping for air, his body trembling from the shock. The labyrinth, the spirits, everything felt like it was slipping away from him. He was losing himself in the maze, losing his grip on what was real. "They're feeding on our fear," Lydia whispered, her voice thin with panic. "They want us to break, to lose ourselves." Marcus forced himself to his feet, pushing the panic aside. "We can't let them win," he said, his voice rough but determined. We fight or we die here." The spirits circled them like sharks, always just out of reach, but their presence was overwhelming. Each one was a reflection of the torment they had suffered, the eternal suffering they were doomed to relive in the maze. The more the group tried to escape, the closer the spirits came, the air thickening with their ghostly wails. It felt as if they were being dragged down into an abyss, one they would never escape from. Then, through the darkness, something else emerged, a low growl, guttural and animalistic. The labyrinth seemed to tremble as something larger, something far more terrifying, began to approach. From one of the many shadowed doorways, a monstrous figure emerged, its shape vast and indistinct, a dark mass that loomed like a nightmare made flesh. The wraith seemed to bow before it, retreating into the shadows as it stepped forward, its enormous form blocking the path. This new spirit was unlike anything they had encountered. Its eyes were glowing red, burning with malice. Its body was a shifting mass of smoke and shadows, but there was something solid about it too, something tangible. The ground beneath its feet cracked as it moved, and the very air seemed to pulse with its fury. It was the king of the maze's torment, its ruler, its enforcer. "Get back!" Marcus yelled, his voice desperate. but there was no escaping it. The creature was too powerful. The air around them became thick with its presence, choking them, suffocating them as they struggled to breathe. The monstrous spirit let out a deep, hollow roar that shook the walls of the labyrinth. The sound was deafening, a force that pushed them to their knees, rattling their bones. It was as if every corner of the maze had come alive. Every twisted shadow, every flickering light was part of this terrible creature's wrath. Suddenly, the creature lunged, a blur of darkness and terror. Marcus and Lydia barely managed to dodge out of the way, but the others weren't as fast. One of them, Daniel, was caught by the massive creature, his scream silenced as the spirit engulfed him, pulling him into the abyss of its dark form. The rest of them scrambled to their feet, their minds whirling with disbelief and horror. They couldn't outrun this thing. They couldn't hide from it. The maze had given them no choice. They would have to fight. Chapter 7. The Key to Escape. The walls of the labyrinth seemed to close in tighter, the air thick with the scent of decay and the cold touch of unseen spirits lurking just beyond sight. The group, battered and exhausted, huddled together in a dim, silent corner, their breath coming in shallow gasps. Daniel's disappearance had left a void in their ranks, a reminder of how quickly the maze could claim them. The feeling of helplessness hung heavy over them, and for a moment the crushing weight of their situation threatened to break them entirely. "We can't keep running like this," Marcus muttered, his voice hoarse. He wiped blood from his forehead where a spirit's claw had grazed him. His eyes darted around, seeking any sign of hope, but all he saw were the shifting shadows and the endless corridors that stretched out in every direction, taunting him with their twisted labyrinthine paths. There has to be a way out. Lydia, her face pale but determined, clenched her fists. She had seen things in the maze, things that made her question her sanity, but she wasn't ready to die here. Not like Daniel, not like the others who had come before them. "There has to be a way," she echoed, though the words felt hollow. We have to find it." Then, just as they thought they had no more strength left, they noticed something strange. Amid the endless passageways and oppressive darkness, a new sound echoed in the distance, a faint, rhythmic clicking, like the turning of a key in a lock. It was subtle at first, but the closer they got to the source, the louder it became, as if some ancient mechanism was coming to life, just beyond their reach. A glimmer of hope sparked in Marcus's chest, but he quickly tempered it with caution. "What the hell is that?" "I don't know," Lydia whispered, a mixture of fear and curiosity in her eyes. She had always trusted her instincts, and something about the sound, something about the way it felt real in this nightmare world, made her believe this could be the way out. "Should we follow it?" They moved cautiously, every step measured, as though the labyrinth itself were watching, waiting for them to slip up. The sound grew louder, more insistent, and they realized it was coming from a narrow, poorly lit passage that hadn't been there before. The air seemed to grow colder still, and the hairs on their necks stood up as they approached. They had learned by now that nothing in this place was what it seemed, but this. This felt different. At the end of the passage was an ornate door, ancient but intricately designed. Unlike the oppressive crumbling walls of the labyrinth, the door appeared untouched by time, gleaming with a strange, golden light that shimmered faintly in the shadows. The clicking sound grew louder, as if it were coming from behind the door, urging them forward. It was as if the door was calling to them, offering a way out of the nightmare they had found themselves in. "What is this place?" Marcus asked, his voice low, as though afraid to speak too loudly. "Is this it? The way out?" Lydia stepped forward, her heart pounding in her chest. She reached out slowly, her hand trembling as it hovered just above the door's handle. The moment her fingers brushed the cool metal, the entire labyrinth seemed to shudder. The walls groaned, and the sound of the clicking stopped abruptly, replaced by a deep, rumbling growl that seemed to vibrate through the ground beneath their feet. Suddenly, the door swung open, and a blinding light spilled from within, washing over them with a warmth they hadn't felt since before entering the maze. But instead of feeling relief, an overwhelming sense of dread flooded Lydia's heart. The light wasn't pure, it was distorted, like the light from a dying star, beautiful but fatal. She had felt this before, hadn't she? That fleeting illusion of safety, only to have it slip away in an instant. Before she could back away, something surged from the room beyond, pulling at her, pulling at all of them. A cold voice echoed in their minds, a voice that seemed to come from nowhere and everywhere all at once. To escape, you must give up what you value most. The words hit them like a slap. What? Marcus gasped. What does that mean? What do you want from us? A figure appeared in the doorway, a shadow moving against the light. It was tall, its form barely discernible in the glow, but there was no mistaking the feeling it gave off. It was ancient, powerful, and yet somehow familiar. It was the figure they had seen in glimpses before, its face like a mask of death, its eyes glowing with an insatiable hunger. It was the keeper of the maze, the one who controlled everything, the one who would never let them go. You want to leave? The figure's voice rasped, its tone both cruel and tempting. Then leave, but know this, you must choose who will remain behind and who will escape. You cannot all survive. The words hung in the air, heavy and suffocating. The group stood frozen, each of them looking at one another, the weight of the decision crashing down upon them. The maze had led them to this point, to this impossible choice. The spirits had shown them their pasts, had tried to break them, but now they were confronted with something even worse, the knowledge that their escape would come at a terrible cost. Marcus clenched his fists, the tension in his body visible. Number, we can all make it out. We can all survive. But the figure's smile, or what could have been a smile, stretched wider. The game does not allow such mercy. You cannot leave as you came. One must stay. The others began to protest, their voices rising in panic. But Lydia raised a hand, silencing them. She could feel it, deep in her chest, the cold realization that this was their only chance. We need to decide, she whispered, though the words felt like shards of glass in her throat. We need to choose. The figure's laughter echoed through the passage, dark and hollow. Choose wisely. Your lives, your fates, they are in your hands now. Chapter 8. The Cave of Lost Souls. The door slammed shut behind them, sealing them once more within the labyrinth's grasp. The golden light, so blinding and warm moments ago, now flickered and dimmed, leaving them in the suffocating darkness. The sound of the keeper's voice still echoed in their minds, those cruel final words. One must stay. Lydia's breath was ragged, her heart pounding painfully in her chest. She had heard the keeper's words, understood them, but the weight of the decision still crushed her, paralyzing her. The others stood around her, their faces masks of horror, disbelief, and raw fear. They couldn't choose who would remain. The thought was monstrous, unfathomable. They had to find another way. There had to be another way. Is this really it? Marcus asked, his voice a harsh whisper. He couldn't look at anyone. His eyes were locked on the ground, fists clenched so tight his knuckles bled. We're going to sacrifice one of us? To escape? Lydia didn't answer. There was nothing left to say. She could feel the tremors in her own limbs, the ache in her chest. Every part of her screamed to find another option, but deep down, she knew there was none. This was the game, the labyrinth's terrible bargain. She didn't know what kind of hell they had walked into, but it had no intention of letting them go free, not without a price. One of the others, Sarah, spoke up. Her voice was quieter, more fragile than usual. If one of us has to stay, we should at least know where we're sending them. What if it's worse out there? What if this is the way out, and it's just another trap? Lydia glanced at her, the weight of the words settling in her gut. You saw what we faced in there, she whispered, looking back to the others. The keeper, the spirits. If we stay any longer, we'll all be lost. The maze shifted again, the walls trembling as though in response to her words. For a moment, Lydia thought she heard something, voices, whispers, muffled but unmistakable. She strained her ears, trying to make sense of the sound. They were voices. Louder now, almost like a distant murmur that came from the ground beneath their feet. What is that? One of the others asked, their voice trembling with an edge of fear. I don't know, Marcus replied, his hand instinctively reaching for the nearest wall. The labyrinth was changing again, the familiar shifting corridors now leading them toward a darker path, an opening they hadn't seen before, a gaping hole that seemed to draw them in. It was narrow, jagged, almost like the mouth of a cave. Without waiting for anyone else to speak, Lydia moved toward the opening. She didn't know why. Some instinct, some pull within her told her this was the next step. They had to go deeper. They had to understand the maze, its rules, its purpose, before they could make any choice. With a single glance back, she led them into the darkness. The air grew colder as they descended into the depths. It was an oppressive kind of cold, one that seemed to gnaw at the edges of their thoughts. Each step they took was slower than the last, as if the very ground beneath their feet was hesitant to allow their passage. The cave's walls were slick, glistening with what looked like ancient moisture, but there was something wrong about it. The walls seemed to pulse, as if alive, throbbing in rhythm with their steps. Then they saw it. The first of the souls. It appeared as a shadow at first, just a flicker of movement in the corner of Lydia's vision. But as she turned toward it, she froze. The figure was humanoid but wrong. Its body was contorted in unnatural ways, its limbs elongated and broken, its face obscured by a mask of twisted, agonized features. Its eyes, if they could be called eyes, were just black voids, staring at them with an emptiness that filled the cave with a cold dread. "Do you see it?" Sarah whispered, her voice trembling. Lydia nodded, her throat dry. "I do, and I think it's one of them." The figure took a step toward them, and then, from the shadows behind it, more forms began to emerge. Each one was different, each one more grotesque than the last souls lost within the labyrinth, doomed to wander forever, cursed to exist between worlds. The air grew thick with their presence, suffocating, their mournful wails echoing through the cave. They were trapped here, just as the others would be if they failed. "We can't let them get to us," Marcus muttered, his voice filled with a sudden determination. "They want to drag us into the dark with them." The first soul lunged forward, but Lydia reacted instinctively, pushing Marcus aside as she raised her hands to shield them. The moment her hand brushed the air, a crackling energy surged through the cave, sending the soul tumbling backward. It screamed, its form flickering like a fading star, and the others backed away, just for a moment, before surging forward again. "They're not real," Lydia said, more to herself than anyone else. "These aren't real people. They're echoes of what's been lost." But the spirits didn't care. They were relentless, closing in from every direction, their twisted faces contorting in anger, their hands reaching toward the group with clawed fingers. The labyrinth had designed them to break them down, to wear away their will to escape. "Keep moving," Marcus shouted, pulling Lydia along as the group began to run, scrambling through the cave's winding passages. But the deeper they went, the more the air seemed to thicken, the darkness more oppressive. It wasn't just the spirits they had to fight now. It was the very labyrinth itself, fighting back with everything it had. And then they came to a stop. Before them stood a stone altar, ancient and covered with cryptic symbols. On top of it lay a single object, glowing faintly in the darkness, a key, wrought from gold, shaped like an open hand. It radiated an eerie power, and Lydia felt the weight of it settle into her bones. This is it," Lydia breathed, her voice awed. "This is the key." But as she reached out to take it, the voices of the lost souls rose to a deafening crescendo, their cries of anguish filling the cave with their agony. They were close now, closer than ever, and if they didn't act quickly, they would be swallowed whole by the endless void. Chapter 9. The final confrontation. Lydia's hand trembled as she reached for the golden key, the chill in the air becoming unbearable. The moment her fingers brushed against the cold metal, the labyrinth itself seemed to convulse. The walls groaned and the floor beneath their feet shifted as though it were alive, reacting to their intrusion. The spirits had drawn near, their wailing cries echoing in every direction. They were closing in, their hunger palpable, their presence suffocating. The key, glowing faintly in the dim light, felt heavier than it looked. Lydia's stomach twisted with dread. It was the answer to their escape, yes, but it felt wrong too easy, as though the labyrinth had planned this all along. Her fingers curled around it tightly, and she glanced at the others. Each of them was pale, their faces hollow with the weight of the decision that loomed over them. "We don't have much time," Marcus said, his voice taut with urgency. "Take it, Lydia. We have to go. Now." But Lydia hesitated. She didn't know what awaited them on the other side of that door, and a part of her feared that taking the key would only lead them deeper into the maze's hellish grip. Would it truly be over? Or would this decision seal their fate forever, condemning them to an eternity of suffering, just like the souls that wandered these halls? The key began to hum in her palm, a strange vibration running through her veins, and suddenly, the whispers grew louder, as if the labyrinth itself were speaking to her. To escape, sacrifice, it whispered, its voice like the rustle of dead leaves in the wind. One must remain behind. One must stay. The others were growing more desperate. "Lydia!" Sarah cried, her voice cracking. "Please, we need to go. We can't stay here." Lydia's breath came in ragged bursts. The spirits were nearly upon them now, their grotesque, transparent faces materializing in the shadows, their eyes dark with hunger. The air seemed to thicken with their presence, the walls pressing in as if to crush them. They had no time to debate, no time to hesitate. This was their moment. There would be no second chances. With a sudden, violent motion, Lydia thrust the key into the stone altar's slot. The instant it clicked into place, the ground beneath them trembled. A deafening roar filled the cave, and the golden light from the key exploded outward, blinding them. The labyrinth itself seemed to scream, a shrill, all-encompassing wail that sent tremors through the walls. The spirits recoiled, their forms distorting and flickering as if caught between worlds. The light seemed to burn through the air, filling every inch of the cave with its fierce brilliance. But as it did, the very fabric of the labyrinth began to unravel. The walls cracked, splintering like glass, and the air grew thick with the stench of decay. The labyrinth was collapsing. It was dying. But with its death, the final confrontation was upon them. From the center of the cave, the keeper emerged once more, its towering form darkening the light. Its eyes glowed like burning coals, and its mouth twisted into a malevolent grin. The air around it crackled with a dark energy, a force that seemed to press down on them from all sides. The keeper had waited for this moment of choice, and now it was ready to claim its prize. "Do you think you can escape?" The keeper's voice echoed through the cave, a deep, resonating growl. "You have chosen, but you cannot all leave. One must remain. One must stay to feed the maze's hunger." The group stood frozen, their fear giving way to defiance. They had fought for so long, endured so much, and now, at the very end, they were faced with this impossible decision. But Lydia knew that this was the final test. The maze would not let them leave until they gave it what it wanted. "Who will stay?" the keeper asked, its voice like the scraping of stone on stone. It stepped forward, the ground shaking with its weight. "One must sacrifice. One must remain to feed the labyrinth's hunger. Will it be you?" It turned its gaze on each of them, its eyes cold and relentless. Lydia's heart thudded in her chest as she looked at the others. She could feel their fear, their unwillingness to make the sacrifice. But she also saw something else, something that had been building within them since they first stepped into the maze. They had become stronger. They had become united. "Not one of us will stay," Lydia said, her voice steady despite the fear twisting her insides. "We all leave together, or none of us leaves at all." The keeper's grin widened, stretching impossibly wide, revealing teeth that seemed to go on forever. "Then you will all stay. Forever." The light from the key began to flicker, its power waning as the keeper's form loomed closer. The labyrinth responded violently, its walls shifting and closing in, the ground beneath their feet shaking. The spirits screeched as they surged forward, their hands reaching for the group, pulling at them, trying to drag them into the shadows. But just as all seemed lost, the ground trembled again, and something broke free. A force more powerful than the keeper's darkness, a wave of pure light that surged from the center of the cave, flooding the space with warmth and energy. It was the key, the last gift of the labyrinth, and it was shattering the keeper's hold over them. The light exploded outward, consuming everything in its path. The keeper's form dissolved, its cruel smile fading as the darkness collapsed into itself. The spirits screamed, their voices fading into silence, and the walls of the labyrinth shattered, crumbling away like dust. The maze was dying. In the aftermath, Lydia, Marcus, and the others found themselves standing on the edge of the cave, staring into the blinding light. The labyrinth had broken, its terrible grip shattered. The air was clean, fresh, and free from the oppressive weight that had clung to them for so long. But as they looked around, they saw something they hadn't expected. A new door had appeared in the distance, one leading out of the cave and into the world beyond. Yet, the decision lingered in the air like a bitter taste. Had they really escaped? Or had they just passed into another layer of the maze, one far worse than the last? Lydia looked at the others, their faces pale but determined, and nodded. "We're leaving," she said, her voice stronger now. "All of us. We're leaving together." Chapter 10. The end of the game. The door before them was almost too beautiful to be real, a towering ancient archway that seemed to pulse with a light so bright it hurt to look at. After what felt like a lifetime spent in darkness, the light from the door was a promise of freedom, a glimpse of the world beyond. Lydia stepped forward, her legs shaky but resolute, as though the weight of the last few days had finally caught up with her. She could almost taste the air outside, fresh and alive, without the stench of decay that had clung to every step they had taken inside the maze. "Is this it?" Marcus asked, his voice low, filled with equal parts hope and doubt. He had barely spoken since the keeper had fallen, his eyes lost in the wreckage of the labyrinth that had once trapped them. His hands were trembling, his gaze fixed on the door as if he expected it to vanish the moment he took a breath. "I think so," Lydia replied, though her voice was distant, unsure. She had felt it, the pull of the maze weakening, the hold of the labyrinth loosening, but something gnawed at her, a sickening feeling that she couldn't shake. "We're free. We must be." But as they neared the door, the floor beneath them suddenly shifted, a low, grinding sound filling the cave. The walls, which had crumbled moments ago, began to reform, slowly but steadily. The ceiling above them groaned, and the air thickened with the unmistakable presence of something dark, something still watching them. The labyrinth was not finished with them. "Number," Sarah gasped, her voice trembling as she looked around. "It can't be. Not again." Lydia's heart sank. She turned to the others, their faces mirroring her own fear. Something wasn't right. The door was still there, the light beckoning them forward, but the very space around them felt wrong. Too real, too real. The sounds of the maze, its whispers, its wails, its groans, had returned, and they were louder now, as if the labyrinth was preparing to swallow them back into its depths. "I don't understand," Lydia whispered, her breath catching in her throat. "We beat it. We destroyed the keeper. The maze. It's collapsing. Why is this happening?" Marcus reached for her hand, squeezing it tightly as they all stared at the door, now flickering like a mirage. "It's not real, Lydia," he said, his voice grim. "None of it is. This isn't over." A sharp, cold laugh echoed around them. It was low and guttural, like the growl of a beast waking from a long slumber. The voice, unmistakable, was one they had heard far too many times. The keeper's voice. "You thought you could leave?" it crooned, the sound coming from all directions at once. "You think you've won?" Lydia's chest tightened. "No, this can't be happening," she whispered, stepping backward, eyes darting around. The walls were reforming, slowly but surely, and the shadows lengthened, twisting as if the labyrinth were breathing. The door, once their salvation, now seemed to mock them, flickering in and out of existence like a cruel illusion. "You were never meant to escape," the keeper's voice continued, deep and resonating, filling the very air with an oppressive weight. "This was never a game you could win. You've only played your part, and now you will be part of my labyrinth, forever." The ground beneath their feet began to crack, splitting open with violent force. The light from the door grew dimmer, more ethereal, as the space around them collapsed. The cave, the entire maze, seemed to unravel, and for the briefest moment, Lydia thought they might actually be falling, swallowed by the void that had once kept them prisoner. But then, just as suddenly as it began, everything stopped. The air stilled. The ground solidified beneath their feet, and in that stillness, Lydia felt it a presence, a shift in the atmosphere that made her stomach churn. She turned toward the door, but instead of freedom, she saw something far more chilling, a reflection. The door was no longer simply an exit. It had become a mirror. And in that mirror, they saw themselves not as they were now, but as they had been when they first entered the labyrinth. The same fear-stricken faces, the same nervous glances, the same desperate desire to escape. But there was something else, a dark shadow following them, moving just behind their reflections, a presence too sinister to ignore. "Number," Lydia breathed, her voice trembling. "It's not real. It can't be." The figures in the mirror, they were still trapped. They had never escaped. The labyrinth had simply allowed them to believe they had, only to bring them back to the beginning. They had been walking in circles all along. The game wasn't over. It had only just begun. The keeper's laughter returned, louder now, reverberating through the space like a storm. "Welcome home," it hissed. "You cannot outrun your own darkness. The game will never end, not for you." As the last of the maze crumbled around them, the reflections in the door began to step out, one by one. They were identical to the group, but they were not them. These were the lost souls, the ones who had failed before, the ones who had stayed behind. Lydia backed away, her heart pounding in her chest, but she knew the truth now. They had never left, not truly. The labyrinth had played them from the beginning, each twist and turn a trap designed to bring them to this very moment. And no matter how hard they tried to fight, no matter how many sacrifices they made, they would always return here. The reflections, the others stared at them, their eyes dark and hollow, their faces twisted in silent, agonizing screams. And then they spoke. "We were you, and now you will be us." With those final words, the mirror shattered, and the group was plunged back into darkness. The light from the door flickered one last time, before it too disappeared, leaving them in the void. The labyrinth had claimed them, all of them,